Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome to another day of stunning testimony. As you can see, we still don't have a judge, still don't have a jury, still don't have much of anything. So we are just waiting. The judge has been late. I've been watching it, and we didn't even have video feed until about 30 seconds ago. So um, I don't know what's going on. Uh, or something changed this morning, but they haven't seemed excuse me, they haven't seemed to be in a hurry to get moving this morning. Uh, so we'll wait along with them, see what happens. I didn't see anything like motion paperwork wise or anything that gave me an indication that they weren't going today or that it was going to be delayed today. Nothing of the sort. So I guess we will just sit and wait and see what happens. Hope everyone had a good weekend. I did. It was a good time. Let's say hello to everybody while we're waiting. Deez, what's up? Josh Chandler, good to see you this morning. And hey, what's up, Alicia? Yeah, I have an interesting take on that, but I'll save that for my sports channel. Um, I I will say there's a lot of people that are really angry with Dan Campbell, and I think it's unjustified. So, but I'm happy with the guys. It was one hell of a season, and I was excited to get to watch it. Playoff football in Detroit is fun, and we should probably get some more of it at some point. Maybe not wait another 35 years for it. So as you can see, there's really no one in the courtroom right now. There are some individuals, but there's not. We're not seeing a large amount of people from either team's the lawyers. So I don't really know. I don't know what's going on this morning. Good morning, Christine. Have I seen Aiden Hutchinson's post really good? No, but I'll check it out. Check out Twitter. Um just kind of scrolling through and I was like, this is weird. Like they loved the guy yesterday and I understand losses are tough, but yeah, probably unjustified. So don't know what's taking so long, Court. I'm just kind of looking at the lay of the land. Appears that it appears that there's a jacket on the defense attorney's chair. So I think there'd be a good indication she's there. Uh, as far as the rest of the table, I don't see a whole lot. And obviously, there's not a police presence. That's way overblown. So the defendant is not here yet. For those of you just potentially joining Fairweather fans, they would have praised if the risk paid off. Oh yeah, they would have built him a statue, and I think he probably still deserves one. He's done something in Detroit that has never been done. Uh, I'm happy to have him as my coach. But I forgot what I was saying. Oh, recap. So, in my opinion, we haven't had a single thing that has contributed to anything in this case, uh, any establishment of the charges. I thought it's been a very weak case so far for even going as far as having no case. Like, I guess you could argue that there's no case yet. Um, yeah, there hasn't been much. We had the gun owner or gun store owner. Uh, we had the ATF agent that was there. We had the teacher or parapro. I think she was a parapro. Um, that was shot and survived. And then we had the principal of the school. And then after that, we had this gentleman who's former Oakland County Sheriff's Department and now working for the Secret Service. And that testimony went on and on and on. As far as performance, I think the prosecutor has been kind of an ass, if I'm being honest. Um, and then the defense attorney is woefully in over her head. So, crazily in over her head. So, the hope is that she had a weekend to prepare and is really able to put forth a better case because that was borderline embarrassing. So, hopefully, it's a little bit better as we go forward. And again, we kind of looked into Shannon Smith, the attorney, and she doesn't seem to be as bad as her performances indicated so far. But she has not been good at all. Um, yeah, we're coming up on a quarter after at this point. Um, Also, programming note for this evening, right here on this channel. We're going to wrap up the Matthew Moore trial in its entirety. Matthew, he had some stuff come up and wasn't able to come on, but he is certainly going to come on tonight. And we'll take chat questions. For those of you who don't know or haven't been familiar with the Matthew Moore trial, it's a trial that already happened and is already in the books. He was accused of his wife's murder. She committed suicide. And he was charged and went through trial and was acquitted. He's been gracious enough to join me for a couple of the programs and was going to be joining me tonight to kind of finish everything up. Great guy, really good guy. And he's really open to questions, and if anybody has any questions about process or about his case or about anything going on, he'd be happy to take those questions. So he will be on 8:30 p.m. Eastern time this evening, and we'll go through and kind of wrap up the case and kind of move on from it. So, but Matt's been a great friend and a great guy that I'm happy that I got the chance to interact with. So, Really cool. And that's kind of what's coming up tonight. Other than that, I'm trying to remember if I forgot anything. I don't think so. And Matt will go until we're done. So he's a lot of fun, got a good personality, and I enjoy him around. So he was actually in chat on Friday. Uh, so because we were working out scheduling for tonight's show, back and forth, and he knows, like everybody else, that I'm absolutely horseshit at responding to my messages. I don't do it intentionally, it just happens that way. Um, so if you ever need me, pop in chat. I truly am the worst at responding to messages. I don't mean to be, it just happens that way. So I'll take you through the process. So I always read the message, um, since we don't have a whole lot else to talk about. So I always read the message. I look at it, I read it, I acknowledge it, and then I'm always like, "Oh, well, I only have," and that takes place almost immediately. And then I'm like, "Oh, I only have, you know, 30 seconds," and then I have to go back to day job, or, I have to do this or do that. And I'm like, this deserves me to actually respond to it, not just half-ass it and throw something out there. Like, you deserve me responding. You took the time to reach out, like, and then it just sits there and it sits there and it sits there and I forget about it. And then somebody will remind me, and then I'll finally respond. But it will be like 2 weeks later. And it's just a process. So I've read it. 100% I've read it. Um, it's just if I've responded. So horrible about responding as well. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's never been something I've been great at. Dang, we're still waiting. Let me see if there's let me check some other places and see if we have anything. Do, 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 do. They don't like nothing says anything. The Fox 2 doesn't say anything. Click on 4 doesn't say anything. Um, they have cameras on. They're just not saying anything. Trial continues. Yeah, it was scheduled to start at 9 a.m. So 9 a.m. Eastern. So we're about 20 minutes behind. So I guess we're just hanging out and waiting. See, this is how disingenuous the media, because the media obviously wants a prosecution in this, and since we're Oh, are we finally gonna move? Nah, we got a second. Um, this is the trending topics from Fox 2. Oxford shooter's mom was hypervigilant, will testify in trial. That's fine. Band-aids don't fix bullet holes. Lawyer compares Oxford shooting charges to Taylor Swift song. Yeah, I guess so. And then you get down here, like their fifth topic is deleted Crumbley Facebook message detailing being on the run. We're fucked. Like I I don't know. I think that's a stretch. That's and that could be the only thing we found out of the first 2 days trial is that they were terrified of the weight of the state coming down on them. Um, and turns out they had every right to be. So turns out they had every right to be. Wasn't it a text, or did I mishear during that part? I thought it was a text. I assumed it was a text, um, but either they misreported or we misheard. I guess it's 50-50. It could be either one. But I thought it was a text too. I just didn't have a strong enough opinion to argue it. So, and again, they had every right to be. They had every right to be fearful that you know the the state government was coming down on them hard because they did. They did. Um, so it's not unreasonable to think that that's the case when it is. So they misreported unless we're wrong. I like I said, I don't think we're wrong, but I'm not gonna I'm not gonna go out on a huge limb and be like, nope, I'm 100% right. I could have misremembered, but I don't believe I did. So uh, here's one that was just updated. Nope, still nothing here. Like, not that this woman has so far has been getting railroaded, and there's not a single piece of evidence to prove her guilt. Like, she quoted Taylor Swift, which I thought was kind of stupid, but you know, I don't think it's newsworthy stupid. So, for what it's worth, ABC WXYZ 7 local area Detroit uh has it as a deleted text, not a deleted Facebook message. So, it was part of a text exchange. So, So I have one fake news saying text, one fake news saying Facebook, and our memories collectively saying Facebook or text. Shit, now I'm confusing myself. Our collective memory saying text. So I would lean towards text, but and again, we still don't have court. Media gets a ton wrong. Um, and so on that, so let's like break that down. I try really hard, and I know I've gotten things wrong, and I know I've made mistakes, and normally try and let y'all know, and you know, make up for the mistake, which doesn't happen in media. They just double down and act like it didn't happen. But the media has these huge newsrooms with multiple employees and all this stuff and blah 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 blah. It's just me. This is just me. Like they should have some duty to get it right. And like I said, I try. I try to give correct information and be really clear when I'm giving my opinion, that kind of thing. But there's really no excuse for a media apparatus that has ridiculous amounts of employees and whole departments to make sure that there's accuracy in reporting. Um, there's really no excuse for it because if I can get it right 99% of the time, there's no excuse that they shouldn't be able to get it right 99.9% of the time. So, hey, hence, hey, Sarah. So we're just waiting on the court. We have zero update, uh, zero information. There's the prosecutor though. So now we have movement in the court. So that's always a good sign. We're scheduled to start at 9 a.m. Eastern, so about 29 minutes ago. But we are still waiting for that. So much what you did in the podcast was the Zach Ryan Anderson podcast was correcting misinformation. It's agreed. Yeah, yeah. Um, and it's harmful. It's harmful when you have public trust, when you have people that trust and rely on what you're saying, because we don't all have access, and it'd be kind of ridiculous for us all to have access or all go through the process of trying to prove every single fact, and uh, so it becomes one of those things where people should take more care in it because it can be incredibly harmful if it's done improperly or in some instances I believe it's probably intentional. So um and I think that's a dangerous proposition. So we have the defense attorney in the courtroom now. So just the way things have been flowing, I would probably imagine it's probably going to at least be another 15 minutes. at least. But it's good to see movement finally. They had been starting even earlier. They had been starting at 8:30 AM, but that didn't happen this time. Kinda starting to settle in a little bit. Defense attorney's outfit looks a little loud for court. Yeah. Yes, it is. But she's certainly been an odd duck the whole time, so I just hope she's more calmed down. I hope she's got a better handle on it today because that was getting, it was getting uncomfortable to watch late Friday. Hey, Queen, good morning. Good morning, Bry. How you doing, buddy? Looks like we're adjusting cameras. Doing good. About to ask my boss for Friday off. What are you doing Friday? Come on, Judge. So it looks like we have the entire prosecuting staff. Persona 3 Reloaded. Huh. You know I'm capable of only one game at a time, right? Come on, you ran there. You're all. Excuse me. You're alternating between a few different ones. I'm still exclusively playing Pal World right now. Just because I have to beat Brian to 50. That is my only goal in life currently, is beating Brian to 50, and I'm well on my way. It's a good way to turn your brain off for 5 minutes. You obviously beat me to 50. I'm level 36. Well, I should hit 42 very soon. But I wouldn't have beat you to 50 if I didn't have hard work, dedication, and at least double the hours. Right. Gotta think of that. What's up, Dill? How you doing, bud? It is necessary to turn off the brain every once in a while. It's not 10 o'clock yet. What are you talking about, Dylan? I was gonna half and half. I'll do a video later then. Yeah, you did set it up wrong. I wasn't late. Restart motions. No, I think the judge is just late. Maybe I mean they could be motions. Um, I don't remember anything horribly outstanding. It it was hard to get a coherent response from the defense though near the end. It kind of all just got messy. All right. Yeah, I'll do one later because I have a very interesting, probably borderline uncommon take on MCDC and what he did. So definitely different than mainstream. So I'm sure I didn't script down. Oh,
One of the things is the Facebook.
That's what I was gonna address.
But do you want to do that outside the presence of the jury or?
You should do it in front of the jury.
Okay,
because
I
that's
agree.
right.
I agree. I agree.
Counsel needs to water her client. I think that should happen outside the presence of the jury.
Right.
Oh, okay, that's right.
Mrs. Crumbley, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, so help you
I
God?
do.
And can you tell me your name?
Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay, we just have a few questions for you, okay?
Okay, Mrs.
Wait,
Crumbley,
what?
when we were in court on Friday. There was discussion about admitting the Facebook Messenger messages between yourself and James Crumbley.
Correct.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And on Saturday, I came over to the jail to see you, and that was specifically a topic we discussed.
Yes.
Okay, and at this time, we have talked about how during the trial, there was talk about redacting portions of that Facebook Messenger thread pursuant to other orders, correct? And the court offered me the opportunity to redact portions of that record.
Correct.
And after you and I discussed it, fair to say that you and I believe that it would look like we are hiding evidence from the jury if they saw a redacted version of Exhibit 423, correct?
Correct.
Okay, wait till I finish speaking before you start. Okay, so at this time, I have let the court know that we are not moving for any redactions and that Exhibit 423 will be admitted, showing your entire phone conversation with James on Facebook Messenger. And Your Honor, there's specific dates it's from, so I think I should put the dates on the record.
It might be on the,
Just grab it. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have the exhibit. It wasn't with the initial folder I had. Do you know the dates?
January 21.
Okay, so
yeah, early 2021.
it's the entire Facebook Messenger thread between you and Mr. Crumbley, starting in January of 2021, and it goes up through the events that lead us here today.
Correct.
Okay, is it your decision to allow those Facebook messages to be admitted in the court without redaction?
Yes.
And you and I have talked about the pros and cons of redacting those exhibits.
Correct.
And at this time, you understand they will be admitted without any redactions.
I do.
And just a few.
Sure.
Mrs. Crumbley, you understand that Exhibit 423 won't just be given to the jury, but the prosecution can go through that with either you on a cross-examination or with other witnesses.
Correct.
And you consulted with your attorney specifically about that point?
Yes.
And it is your decision, as it's been the case, in consultation with your attorney as part of trial strategy to admit this entire exhibit?
Yes.
And to be clear, this is the Facebook message thread
Mhm.
between Jennifer and James Crumbley beginning January 1, 2021. It's over 2,000 pages long.
Exhibit 423.
And Mrs. Crumbley, you understand that throughout the pendency of this case, your attorney on your behalf has sought to exclude certain themes or topics of evidence, in some cases successfully, yet this Facebook conversation does touch upon some of those.
I understand.
And you still want 423 to be admitted into evidence and referenced by the prosecution and defense.
Yes.
I'm satisfied.
All right, anything else that has to be out of the presence of the jury at the moment? We're dealing with we're gonna deal with your other issue that you brought up about the snow. About the,
Oh, yes, okay.
but we'll get back to you. Okay.
Okay.
What else? All right, we're gonna bring the jury in, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Seems odd and not worth the time or energy. So the that was the thread about them drinking alcohol at the barn. Which I didn't think was the biggest deal in the beginning, but
You may be seated. Thank you again for being timely. We weren't ignoring you. We were just sort of paving the way. So every day requires some certain preparation. So we appreciate you. Who's the next witness?
Ms.
it was the
Kira,
exhibit the defense had said couldn't be brought in. Now they changed their mind. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, Your Honor, on Friday, I think it was very clear beyond a reasonable doubt, I had difficulty and cannot use technology. In my frustration, I made a comment that was offensive to victims' families, and I did it absolutely by accident as I was struggling with my computer. I am apologizing for that comment. I want to apologize to the jurors, to the audience, to all involved, and specifically to the victims and the families of the victims. I truly did not mean to say the comment I made.
I believe that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the
Do you
and myself comment that she made in open court.
Ask the camera person to cut them off. Yeah. It's mute.
Yes. That's exactly what it was, Bri.
Kira Pennick.
Ms. Kira Penn.
Good morning. Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, could you be seated, and then would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name, please?
My name is Kira Pennock, Kirapennock.
Thank you. Go ahead, prosecutor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Kira, can you tell the jury how old you are?
I am 27.
Okay. And you actually have a pretty robust career at 27. Can you tell the jury what you do?
I own and run a horse farm. We do boarding and lessons and training
And how long have you been owning and running the farm?
since May of 21.
Okay. You said for the people in the jury or counsel, explain what a horse farm actually does. You said boarding and riding lessons, but what does that actually mean?
So people will own horses and they don't always have the means to have them at their house. So they will board them over at my place. So I take care of them. I feed them, I water them, I clean up after them. And then they can come visit their horses whenever they want.
Okay. And so the boarding includes feeding and watering the horse. That's all one price.
Yes, it also includes like cleaning up after them, but I mean, really just any of the care that they might need for just general living.
Okay. And how much is the cost of boarding one horse?
Board at that time was $400 for pasture board, so their horses outside 24/7 with access to a shelter if they wanted to use it.
Okay, 400 per horse.
Yes.
Okay. What's not included in boarding?
Vet bills. So if the vet has to come out and do something with the horse. The farrier, so the person that
Again,
works
for
out with the
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's basically kind of a pedicure for the horse, so that has to happen for 6 to 8 weeks. And then also lessons too. Lessons are not included, so those are separate.
And how much are lessons?
$35.
And how much for the vet bill, a vet or a farrier?
It really just depends on the horse.
Actually
and
didn't
then,
catch it.
What that horse
Let's see here.
needs. So horse needs routine vaccinations each year and just kind of general checkup. But there are other expenses as for like, you know, emergency vet calls. So your horse injured themselves or is colicking. And then we have to have an unscheduled appointment with the vet.
Okay, so an average appointment.
Going back to look.
not including any of the services or the medicine or procedures would be around what?
It really varies, but I would say probably maybe at least $100.
You're a pentant.
Okay. And the vet comes to the barn.
Yes,
Okay. Do you know someone named Jennifer Crumbley?
I do.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you describe something she's wearing for the court?
She has glasses on.
And she's seated over at that table?
Yes.
All right. May the record reflect she's properly identified Jennifer Crumbley.
The record will reflect the recorded identification of the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley.
Do you also know James Crumbley?
I do.
Okay, when did you meet the two of them? At the same time or separate times?
I believe that I had met Jennifer.
Yeah, I think so.
first. And it was
The friend and
probably between 3 and 5 years ago that I had actually like met them for the first time, but not actually gotten to know them.
Okay, when you met the two of them, how many horses did they own?
One.
And did you meet them because they wanted to board at your farm?
No, they were boarding their horse at a barn that one of my friends had worked at.
And then at some point, did they change their barn?
Yes.
When was that, if you know?
I do not remember the exact day or year, but they ended up moving to the barn that I had priorly boarded at before I bought my farm.
Okay, when, they did board their horses at your farm, correct?
Yes.
All right, when, about what time, year, month?
They started boarding their horses, which by then they had bought the second horse. They had started boarding, I believe, in the July.
we
time
were just
period
getting
of,
underway, Stingy.
21.
Okay. Who did you know better, James or Jennifer?
Jennifer.
All right, and can you describe Jennifer's general demeanor when you were working with her? And well, back up. What kind of interactions would you have with Jennifer, and what? Just talking about the horse that she was boarding, or was there anything else that you did with Jennifer?
A majority of our conversations were related to the horses and maybe talking about goals for the future for possibly showing or just training goals in general to figure out the best plan of action for the lessons that I was giving.
So did you give her lessons?
I did.
Okay, how often would you give her a lesson?
I would say between 2 and 3 times a week.
Okay, and when did that occur?
Usually in the evenings.
So did Jennifer come to the barn in the evenings during the weekdays, or was it on weekends, or both?
Well, she came in the evenings during the week, usually after work, and then weekends, she would come in the morning, afternoon, evening. But
Okay.
I can't say for sure the exact time usually.
And did you say how many times during the week, the work week?
I would say probably at least 2 to 3 times during the week.
And about, on the average, what time would she arrive?
About 4:35-ish.
Okay. And stay about how long, if you know?
Couple hours, so at least maybe 2 to 3 hours.
And was that just getting lessons, or were there other things that she was doing?
Just getting her horse ready for a lesson and doing the lesson and then cooling the horse down and taking them back out to their pasture. And then just everybody at the barn is pretty friendly. Everybody will talk. So just small conversation.
So the boarding and the feeding is just the basic care. Is there a lot more things you have to do to take care of a horse if you're the owner?
The owner pays the barn where the horse is boarded at to do the general care of the horse, like the day-to-day things such as giving them water and grain and hay and cleaning up after them and maybe changing blankets and different things to make sure that they stay warm.
So So there's a amended exhibit, which includes the Facebook messages between Jennifer and James. Were they both taking care of the horses? And the reason I ask is there seems to be a lot of communication between the two of them about taking care of the horses. So I'm trying to get at what else would they be doing other than just feeding the horse and you said cooling it off and taking it. I'm not a horse person, so taking it out to pasture, and does it have to be, you have to ride your horses? That's what's the responsibility there?
Most likely what they might be talking about is maybe some of the vet care. So I know one of their horses had what's called mud fever, kind of a fungus stuff that might grow on the legs of a horse with wet weather. And that usually is something that ends up needing a vet to intervene with just medication to help take care of it. So it might be related to maybe the vet bills. And
Okay.
maybe just vet appointments related to taking care of the horses.
Okay. And you said they own two horses. What are their names?
One is named Billy and one is named Shorty.
What kind of horses were they in terms of value of the horses? There, I know horses can be very expensive to purchase. Where do these horses fall on that continuum?
Well, they were both thoroughbreds, so they raced on the racetrack before they had gotten them. But I do not know how much Shorty was purchased for. I believe that Billy was purchased around like $5,000.
Okay. And how do you know how much Billy was?
She was sending me, or Jennifer was sending me, information on him when she was looking for a horse.
Okay. And do you know anything about the circumstances of when she or how she bought that horse?
I know that she was talking about it late at night, and she was also drinking.
Okay. How do the people that board your horses and have lessons, give lessons, how do they pay you?
Your Honor, I need to make an objection. The witness's answer was in part non-responsive, and I'd ask to be struck from the record.
Yeah, it was, I think it was, unless there's follow-up, I think it was somewhat unresponsive.
The Facebook message string that was just admitted details exactly how the horse was purchased, so I'm happy to move on and we'll deal with it then.
I don't know, I haven't read those.
The portion I'm objecting to is the unnecessary information about she was drinking at the time.
Okay.
I think it's relevant. I think if you're buying a $5,000 horse while you were drinking late at night is relevant to the case and the relationship that Jennifer Crumbley had in her priorities, and as well as the fact that the Facebook message string that was just stipulated to an admission without redactions, like absolutely discusses that.
Okay, next question.
How do people pay? Cash, check, credit card?
Yeah, Judge, we're
It
trying to
could
be
be
shady.
any
Just
of
let us
those.
roll.
A lot of people now use online payments like Venmo.
Okay. How did the Crumbleys pay you for your services?
Check.
And did James ever take lessons?
I have given him a few lessons.
So who was taking care of the horse during the day? Did Jennifer ever come during the day, during the week, or was it James, or did they both?
Well, the general care every day was done by the barn. But say if there was a need to have the vet out, we usually like to have the owners present. So they would usually have one of them at whatever vet appointment.
Okay. So you just testified they moved their horses to your barn July of 2021. You knew them approximately a year before that, 2 years?
They had boarded at the barn that I had my horses boarded at prior to buying my farm. I do not recall how much time we had boarded together there, but I had met them a couple years prior to
Okay,
that.
that's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
So you know them a couple years before they came to your barn.
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that if Jennifer had a son
Yes.
and did you ever meet their son?
I may have met him maybe once or twice.
Where, if you know, where was that? Was it at your barn?
It was not at my barn.
Okay. Did you ever see their son come to your barn?
No, I did not.
So the 2 to 3 times a week and on the weekend when Jennifer would visit, did she bring anybody with her?
Usually James. I don't remember anybody else really coming out and with her.
Do you allow kids at the barn?
Yes, we do.
And what are the kids that are at the barn usually doing?
Usually doing lessons. You know, some of the kids that are doing lessons, they have siblings that are brought out, so they just kind of maybe occupy the time with the barn cats or seeing the other horses on the property.
Okay. And do you have any family oriented activities or get-togethers?
We have, we've had a family reunion
Meaning
before, but
parties or activities that children are welcome to come to?
yes, all of the events that we might have at the farm, kids are invited to. Like we've had parties like Halloween party before too.
Okay, around Halloween of 2021, do you remember if you had a Halloween party?
Yes, we did.
Do you know when it was and about what time of day it was?
I do not remember what day it was, but I know that it was afternoon, evening-ish.
Was it on Halloween or before Halloween?
It was before Halloween.
Okay, and it was a weekday or weeknight?
It was on a weekend, I believe.
A Friday or Saturday?
Yes.
Did Jennifer come to that party?
Yes.
And how do you remember that?
I remember that both Jennifer and James, they come to the party, and they were dressed up, and like our parties, we include the horses, so people will also dress their horses up for,
They put Halloween
party.
costumes on horses?
yes.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Okay, and do you know if they dressed their horses up that year?
Not really dressing them up. They wanted to, but they had also said that they had another party to go to
Okay,
after mine.
so you did not see their son that night?
I did not.
Okay, did Jennifer talk to you about her son?
Not a ton. But every once in a while she would mention something about him.
And what, do you remember things that she would say?
Usually it was along the lines of, she was having problems with him, or he wasn't acting normal. She had called him weird before. She wanted him to do normal kid things.
Okay,
But, I never remember her saying anything about like, you know, really bringing him out to the barn much or really doing much. I mean, they would go on vacations. I did hear about some vacations that they had gone on. But really there was not much talk about her son.
did she ever refer to him as a certain name? Did she speak negatively about him, or was it just, or positively?
There was nothing truly positive when she was talking about him. There were quite a few times that she had voiced that he was an oopsie baby.
What does that mean?
And
I'm sorry,
asked,
what did you understand that to?
I understood it as just,
Your objection as to speculation and also as to relevance.
Well, I guess I wonder how it is relevant.
I think if you're referring to a teenager still as an oopsie baby, I think it's relevant to what kind of relationship you had with them and what kind of, defense counsel's described her client and opening as hypervigilant. And so I think that the prosecution's entitled to
Well, I think their relationship is relevant. When you say your definition of an oopsie baby, are you using your own definition of what that means or hers?
my take on what the feelings that I have gotten that she has not really talked
Your
about.
Honor, you're asking if it's her opinion. I'm sorry, she's going
She
into
did,
her
and I'll
opinion.
clear it up. We don't,
Okay.
unfortunately, your feelings about it are
Right.
not what's relevant here.
Correct.
But did she ever explain what that meant?
She never truly explained what that had meant.
Okay. How long of a drive is the barn from Oxford, the village of Oxford, if you know?
I would say about 20 minutes.
What is the way that you would communicate with Jennifer?
Usually through Facebook Messenger.
And do you know why that is that the way you prefer to communicate?
I don't really mind what way to communicate. It seems like Facebook Messenger is how a lot of people communicate nowadays.
Okay, does the barn have Wi-Fi?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so do you have problems communicating when you're at the barn?
It depends on how good the service wants to be at the barn.
Okay.
Some days it's really good, and then other days there's not great service.
All right. And I would assume most of the people at the barn, that's just people deal with that and they know that.
Yes.
Okay. Would you describe Jennifer, did you have a friendship or was it more just business?
It was mainly business. We had friendly talk, but I would not say that we were close friends.
When you buy a horse and it doesn't, it's not near where you are, how do you get it from like a different state to the barn?
Usually you can pay somebody to haul the horse over to the new location for you, or you can go pick it up if you have a trailer.
And do you know what was the second horse's name that was purchased?
Billy.
Billy. Do you know how he was brought to the barn?
He was shipped by someone that does a lot of cross-country hauling.
And do you remember about what month and year that was?
It was in the beginning of the year that she had gotten him, which I do not remember exactly when she had gotten him.
Did she get him before she came to your barn or after?
Before.
Okay. But, so how did you know what was your relationship like that before she was at the barn?
Before she was at my barn.
Yes, your relationship.
I would give her some lessons, and it was mainly business. And
Was she asking for advice about which horse to buy or how to buy the horse?
not a lot, but just kind of, just general questions of, what might work for a good horse for what she wanted to do.
Okay, I guess what I'm getting at is how do you know how the horse was shipped?
Because she had told me about, where he was, that he was in a different state, and that she would just have him shipped.
Okay, do you know approximately how much that costs?
I do not. It varies on who you use to haul a horse, and then also just, the cost of, the fuel and.
For what it's worth, I was an
mileage
oopsie
and,
baby, and I turned out just fine.
She kind of has their own fees that they.
More than 500, less than 500?
Most likely more than 500.
Okay.
No
Um,
comments.
Can you
I
talk to me
don't.
a little bit
I don't need
about
anybody's
the health
definition of
concerns or
fine.
issues with the two horses? Did they need a lot of?
Looking
extra
at you,
care?
Josh Chandler.
Like, were they given a lot of extra care
Given extra care by the vet.
by the Crumblies, by Jennifer?
They would come out and the mud fever that we were dealing with, and they had put medication on Billy's legs for that. But there were some issues lameness wise with their newest horse Billy that they had still had to have the vet out for to diagnose what the problem was.
Were they on any other medications or supplements?
Supplements, yes. Medications, not that I know of.
What's the cost of supplements for a horse?
Well, it depends on what you want to have your horse on. I know that both Billy and Shorty were on a lot of supplements, and it probably cost over $100, probably close to $200 per month per horse.
All right, I'm gonna draw your attention to November 30th, 2021. You remember that day?
Yes.
All right. What was the interaction you had with Jennifer Crumbley the day before that? So that was a Tuesday. Did you see her at the barn on Monday?
I do not remember. I think she was planning on coming out, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay. Did you have any communication with her that previous weekend?
The previous weekend before the 30th?
Yes, after Thanksgiving.
Yes.
And do you remember what that was about?
I remember wanting to set up lessons. I don't remember exactly
Okay.
anything else.
In your Facebook communications, did Jennifer ever mention going to a shooting range that summer or leading up to that fall?
She had mentioned that she was going to, but I don't really remember a lot of
Okay,
that.
was that in the summer or the fall?
I would believe summer and fall.
Okay. Were you aware that she, do you follow her on social media?
I do.
Did you see the post that she posted about buying her son a Christmas present?
I did.
All right. Did you discuss it with her?
I did not.
Did you see it before the shooting or after?
I do not remember. I'm on social media, but not very frequent.
Okay. So the morning of November 30th, what was going on with their horses?
Their horse Billy needed the medication from the vet to help treat his mud fever because we couldn't fix it with the products that we were trying before, and his legs were swollen.
Okay, what was being done about it?
There was some ointment that was given to them by the vet to put on his legs.
That morning?
I believe they picked it up from the vet to put on the legs, because I remember James wanting to bring the medication out and put it on Billy's legs.
Okay, so did James go to the barn that morning?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And do you know from like what time to what time?
It was in the morning, but I don't recall what time.
Okay, and were you having conversations over Facebook Messenger with Jennifer during that time about the vet?
Not really.
Okay. Did you speak with her about this mud fever frequently?
I had mentioned it to her because it's not normal for a horse's legs to swell up like his did. Was just a mild case of this mud fever. So we had to have a little bit more involvement of getting that taken care of by having an ointment made by the vet that took care of it.
Okay. Was Jennifer planning on coming to the barn that night?
Yes.
And do you remember why?
We were going to do a lesson, a riding lesson.
Did she end up going to that lesson?
She did not.
Okay. There was a text sent at what's, including in what's been previously admitted as exhibit 130, Your Honor.
130.
Can you read the top text there, and which one is you? Are you blue or black?
I am blue.
Okay, so can you read the text that you sent at, what does it say, 10:18 a.m. on the 30th?
Yes. Boys are needing supplements for tonight, and Shorty lost a bell boot again.
What's a bell boot?
It is it's like a rubber boot that goes over the horse's foot to help prevent. Well, we used it on Shorty for because he would rip his shoes off all the time. He had metal shoes on, and he would pull his shoes off. So if you put a bell boot on, it helps to reduce the chance of them pulling the shoe.
Okay, and you're telling her why?
I was telling her to have her bring out another boot to replace the one that he had torn off.
So it's her responsibility to do that?
Correct.
Okay. And she responds, can you read that text?
okay, I'll bring some out later. Just had to go to my son's school and meet his counselor. Shit day.
All right, so she responds to you in about 20, 30 minutes.
Yes. it
Okay.
looks like it.
Okay, and then, is this continued on that same message? It's just another message at the same time, or was
Yes.
it later? Okay, can you read that?
Yeah, I still plan on doing the lesson. Everything's okay. He's just having a hard time after losing Tank, his friend, going away to a treatment facility and who knows what else. But he was just caught drawing this on a math test or a math assignment today.
All right, and this is the worksheet that's been previously submitted, Your Honor. It's Exhibit 74. Is there any-
Yeah.
One moment, Your Honor. While he's doing that, you're up, did Jennifer ever participate in any shows or competitions?
She had done one show with us
And where was that?
at a farm right down the road.
Okay, do you know if she ever traveled for competitions or horse shows?
Not to my knowledge outside of when I had taken the horse.
May I approach, Your Honor? So this is Exhibit 74. And can you tell the jury what that is?
That is the math test that Jennifer had sent me that morning of what her son had drawn on the math test.
All right, and did you take a close look at it when she sent it to you?
I did look at it, but I did not open it as soon as she had sent it to me. I saw it later.
Okay, when, how much later?
I believe that it was before the shooting had occurred. But after the shooting had happened, I had looked at the math test even closer.
Okay, so this is important, so I want to make sure I ask the question in the right way. You took a look at it, and you remember that. Is there a reason why?
I remembered saying that he had needed horse therapy. and
Okay.
She should bring him out for some horse therapy.
All right, okay, we're gonna get to that. Can you just do the next slide? So this is from who? You or Jennifer?
This message was from Jennifer.
Can you read it, please?
As long as I can get out there early enough because I had to leave work for an hour and I have a meeting in Southfield at 3:00, but I should be done with that by 4. I plan on being there. Plus the vet said it's better for him to move around and keep it circulation going while he's dealing with mud fever. Good times.
Okay, so the first string I want to point out that you received from her about the lesson was 10:58. Do you remember? I'm sorry, yes, 10:58. Okay, and so this is all part of the same conversation?
Yes.
All right, and then the next text is from you, correct? Can you read that?
Yes. OMG, he needs some horse therapy. I bet he would love Mo. Whatever works for you, just let me know. I only have Bella's lesson tonight at 5:30, so anytime after her lesson is fine.
Okay, and her response?
Okay, yeah, well, he'll be coming with me tonight. James is working and he can't be left alone.
Next slide.
Does he want to ride?
And she responds,
I don't know, maybe brush a small horse so he's not, it's there, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I had
Yeah,
the same problem.
no, I was trying to figure
Sorry.
out if there was more to that message there, but it was down. I don't know, maybe brush a small horse so he's not intimidated. LOL.
And she responds,
I responded,
Oh.
Mo would be perfect. And she responded with, okay.
all right, and the next slide.
Make it a family event coming out to the barn. Really though, I've seen some amazing things done with horses with kids.
And at this point, you testified early, you hadn't ever seen him come to the barn.
Not to my farm, and I vaguely remember maybe seeing him once at the previous farm.
A few years prior.
Yes.
Okay. And her response,
He needs something.
and you responded, even though there seems to be a,
I can still read it. It
Okay.
says, let's make him a cowboy.
and
And then-
Jennifer responds,
LOL, mom goals for real.
all right. So that exchange ends, and then the next text you get from her Facebook message is at 2:36 p.m. that day.
Correct. And that says, here, I will
Okay,
not.
hold on a second.
Okay.
What, when did you first hear about the shooting?
I had actually heard about the shooting when one of my students' moms had called me in that afternoon and said that they would not be out later for their lesson because of the shooting.
All right, and what was your first thought, Kira?
My first thought is that I knew who the shooter was by the math test that was sent to me.
That's a heavy thing to think. Talk to me about why that was your first thought.
It's not normal for somebody to draw these things on a test in school or even really think about these things.
Seriously?
Especially in a school setting, but really ever.
Hyper
So
speculation.
did you then go back and take another look at the worksheet?
Yes.
All right. Did you talk to anybody about this at the time?
I had talked to my parents. I had told them that I believed that I knew who the shooter was, and I explained why.
Okay. And at some point, your father actually called the tip line, correct?
Yes.
When did you verify that it was in fact her son? Around what time, if you know?
I do not remember when I had verified that it was her son.
Okay, so let's go back to the text message at 2:36, and we know the shooting started at around 12:51. So this is almost an hour and a half after the shooting. She texts you what?
Kira, I won't be there tonight.
And you respond,
It's okay. Want me to work Billy for you?
and she says,
Yes, please.
okay, and talk to me about the next text and the picture.
It says just brought him in, and it's a picture of Billy.
Did you text her photos or message her photos a lot of the horses?
I would send her pictures as I took them. I tried to be good about taking pictures of the horses.
Okay, and the next slide. This is at 4:07.
I said, hey, is everything okay? I heard there was a shooting at Oxford High School. Is Ethan okay?
And then at 4:21, you send another text. Can you read
If
it to
you
me?
need anything, please let me know. And then under that, oh no, that's the same
Okay.
message that's up there.
She responds at 4:42 and says what?
I need to sell my horse's stat.
And what did you respond to her?
I responded with, oh no, this was what I was worried about.
Okay, can I stop you there? What did you mean by that?
I had the feeling that her son was the shooter, and that with that, the horses would most likely have to be sold.
Okay, but it doesn't say that, and you came to that conclusion. Oh no, this is what I was worried about because of somebody information outside of what she actually texted.
Correct.
Okay. And you say what about the horses?
I said, if you're serious, I will gladly buy Billy for sure.
And
And then I asked how much, and she said, I paid $5,000 for him.
Okay, about an hour and a half later, you respond? Oh, no, no, 6:24, you say what?
I had said, do you want 5K for him or do you want more?
And her response?
My head is spinning right now. Is 8 too much?
And she says,
I
You say-
said I would gladly give you 8 if I could afford it. I really only have 5K to spend. You could ask Angela if she would buy him for 8. Angela would probably buy him.
okay. Do you buy and sell horses a lot?
I do not.
Okay, have you bought a horse from somebody before?
I have bought horses before.
Okay, is that something that you normally do via check, cashier's check, cash?
It depends on the situation.
Your Honor, I would just object to relevance.
Your Honor, this is part of a lot of evidence we're introducing about going to flight and the need for actual cash.
I'm not,
Thank you. So at 6:47, she messages you again. What does it say?
I won't have my cell phone.
And you respond,
Do what you need to do. I will take good care of your boys here.
and the next slide. She says what?
I can be reached through here. I do not have my cell phone currently on a track phone.
And that is still the 30th, but it's at 10:21 p.m.
Yes.
All right, and can you read what you responded?
Do you need me to do anything for you? I'm not sure you should. There.
Can we have a clean copy? I'm trying to find a paper copy that doesn't have that so prominent in it, so one moment. Okay, let's talk about this. Do you know where these, at some point did the law enforcement ask you if you communicated with Jennifer?
How do you mean that?
At some point, did you give the screenshots of these messages to law enforcement?
I did.
Okay, so part of the problem, these are screenshots. Do you know, is that correct?
Yes, they are screenshots.
Okay, I'm gonna approach with the actual paper copy to see if maybe this is a little easier to read.
it's just cut off, so I guess just do the rest.
Yeah. I'm not.
Okay,
really sure.
We'll clear it up because we have a complete, but
Yeah.
can you just read what you can understand?
On this next, it says story being uncovered, already seeing some stuff on Facebook, people are figuring out what's going on.
And she responds,
I'm off Facebook.
okay, and the next slide?
I'm still in shock. What did Angela post?
Okay, so that text that you couldn't read, do you remember, was that about Angela?
I do not recall.
Okay, and she responds, you respond,
I said, can you receive pictures? I'll screenshot it. And she said, yes, I'm here. And then I sent her a screenshot.
do you remember what the screenshot, without reading exactly what it said, what the nature of it was?
The poster had been extremely frustrated and upset about what happened with the shooting.
Okay, and were there any threats in that screenshot?
I do not remember.
Okay, we'll pull it up. Hold on one second. Okay, all right, so the next time you text her at 10:45, can you tell Jerry what you said?
I cannot believe people on Facebook. I'm so sorry you're having to deal with this stuff.
Okay, and because I know this is going to be something council wants to talk to you about. Can you tell us, what were you feeling at that moment when this was going on about Jennifer and the whole situation?
I was extremely upset about the situation.
Okay. Can you give me a little more than extremely upset?
I didn't really know what to think. I couldn't believe that this had happened, and especially so close to, home. And I was concerned about what was going to happen in the future
Okay.
with just my farm in general.
And you at the time were how old?
That was oh
2 years ago.
2 years ago. I was 25.
All right. And were you feeling bad for Jennifer?
I did not truly feel bad for Jennifer. I was upset that this had happened to all of the kids and families, and I wanted to figure out how I could possibly get more information to help make sure that things were taken care of.
Okay, were there any students at Oxford that you gave lessons to or were at the barn? What is the community like there?
Yes, I give lessons to a few people from Oxford.
Okay. All right, the next slide. This is at 11 p.m. that night. Can you read your text?
Did you guys leave the medication for Billy's legs? If not, no worries. I'll just put my stuff on him.
And she responds,
I'll bring by tomorrow. We're in hotel in Lapeer, news live at our house.
and you respond,
No problem.
and then at 11:40 you say what?
Please stay safe.
Next slide. This is a screenshot that you sent or she sent?
She had sent me,
Okay, and she responded,
I can't go home.
okay. And did you read those?
What I could just from the screenshot.
Okay, did you view those as threats to her life?
Your Honor, I would object as to her opinion.
Yes, sustain.
Okay, the text, the screenshot speaks for itself. Next slide. Okay, go ahead.
I'm concerned for you guys. You should stay.
All right, while we're getting a copy that actually is clear, why are you concerned? Why were you concerned? This is what your text says.
My concern was more for the safety of myself and the people at my farm. And here in that concern, I am showing sympathy to hopefully figure out maybe more information on what is going to happen if they were going to try to come to my farm, or if people were going to show up.
What was the concern?
My concern about them coming to the farm, knowing about the situation that had just happened, is that they may steal things to sell to get money to pay for the.
Your Honor, I would object to this, about her thoughts and feelings about stealing. This is irrelevant and prejudicial.
Issues of fact witness, that's the facts and fact questions.
Your Honor, she is most likely going to be asked by counsel to explain that she was worried about her safety, and so I'm asking her what she was really worried about. I'm happy to save it on to redirect them.
Okay.
And then she responds what?
I have my pets at home. I'm sorry, I don't want to put anyone at risk. I don't know what to do.
Okay, her pet's at home. Did you know anything about her pets?
I know that she had a dog at least still, and I think she had a cat.
Okay. And this was still the night of the shooting.
Yes.
The next slide. And in fact, this is at 11:59 p.m. after she says, I'm concerned about my pets. What do you respond?
Best thing you can do is just be honest about things. I'm not sure. I'm wondering about even buying your horses, if that would drag me into this, or if you just sign them over to me.
Okay, and then there's content we have to clear up, but can you read the last sentence, or the two last sentences?
Two last sentences. I see people saying you're using money from the horses to get a better lawyer or something. People are ridiculous.
All right, next slide.
I'm selling my house too. Lawyer will cost every bit of $200,000, and I think it will be questioned. You won't get dragged in. And then I had responded with,
Safe to say you might have been where you would be called to testify on a high, yeah. Okay, what is your,
most I can afford to pay is $5K. Barrier is coming out Thursday also.
and she responds,
That's fine, sold. And then
okay,
she had said, I'll sign Shorty over to you.
all right, next slide.
Okay, want to sign them over tomorrow? I can either write personal check or I can go get money order. I'm not sure I have the cash on me. Can see if they'll let me withdraw that much.
So do you keep that kind of cash at the barn with you?
No,
All
I
right,
do not.
all right. And her response?
I'm bawling right now, Kira. My son ruined so many lives today.
Okay, so is, do you have the timer? Is this all the 11:59, that whole string, if you know?
I do
Can you
not
look on the
know.
paper
It's
copy?
right around in that time. There's no time on this.
Do you see the time?
There's no time in those messages. The last time it shows where the time
Okay, let's
was.
move on. The next, she says, I'm bawling, my son ruined so many lives today. And the next slide?
Then I so wish I could help you out more. I'm still in shock too. Take it one day at a time. Be honest about everything. It should help you guys through this.
And then you cite, if you guys need anything, and I'll do what I can for you, and I'll take good care of the boys. Who are you talking about?
I am talking about both of their horses.
Okay. She responds,
I know you will.
and then your response?
Try to rest some. You'll need it. We can talk more tomorrow about the boys.
And she says what?
Okay, thanks for not judging unlike the whole world.
Okay, next slide.
I know you and James, and this doesn't even remotely make me think that it's your fault. It sounds like Ethan was a troubled kid. It's unfortunate this happened because he did ruin a lot of, and I,
What's that? Can you read the last few sentences?
yeah, the last few sentences of that, that message says, who knows, try to stay calm and collected as you can.
Okay. Have you no approach. This is another copy, so you don't have to struggle with the,
Oh, yeah, it's a lot here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hold on one moment, Your Honor. Okay, we're gonna put up on the screen a better copy so that you don't have to sort of guess what you said in between sentences. So, one moment. Okay, so we've been over this. This is we'll start at 10:45. And can you go to scroll down? Okay, go back. All right, can you read that full message up from 11:44, the night of the shooting, that you wrote in blue?
I'm concerned for you guys. You should stay where you are. I'm concerned for you even coming out here. I don't want people finding out about your horses or hurting you while you are here.
Okay. And she responds,
I have my pets at home.
go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't want to put anyone at risk. I don't know what to do.
And you respond, again, rereading this because there's a line missing. Go ahead.
Best thing you can do is just be honest about things. I'm not sure. I'm wondering about even buying your horses, if that would drag me into this, or if you just sign them over to me, if that would be better for both of us. I could see people saying you're using money from the horses to get a better lawyer or something. People are ridiculous.
Okay. And she responds, I'm selling my house too. We've already entered this. It's going to cost everybody $200,000, and I don't think it will be questioned. You shouldn't get dragged in. And then again, we've read these texts. You said you don't have $5,000, or that's the most you can afford to pay. Scrolling down. She agrees to that, and you tell her you don't know if you can withdraw $5,000, correct?
Correct.
All right. All right, can you read that text again in the blue that you sent her, now that it's complete?
I so wish I could help you out more. I am still in shock too. Take it one day at a time. Be honest about everything. It should help you guys through this. Please let me know if you guys need anything and I'll do what I can for you. I'll take good care of the boys.
And she responds, I know you will. You say, try to get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow about the boys. And she says, okay, thanks for not judging us, unlike the whole world. So what time is this? This is now the next day at 12:28 a.m.?
Yes.
All right. And go ahead and read that entire text that you're texting her into the early hours,
Yes.
correct? Okay, go ahead.
I know you and James, and this doesn't even remotely make me think it's your fault. It sounds like Ethan was a troubled kid. It's unfortunate this happened because he did ruin a lot of lives around him and his own. Everything will work out how it's supposed to. I feel everything happens for a reason. Maybe this happened to raise awareness. Who knows? Try to stay calm and collected as you can.
And then you had an amazing ride on Billy.
Yes.
Okay, and how does Jennifer respond?
I wish we had warnings, something. He's a good kid that made a terrible decision. I'm glad Billy, good, kills me to sell him.
Okay, did you know what she was talking about?
She was talking about not having
Your
more.
Honor, I would object to this witness's opinion. The texts speak for themselves.
I'm not asking her an opinion, Judge. I'm trying to ask her if there was any.
The topic of the conversation?
Yes.
Um,
What I'm trying to ask, Judge, is did she have any context for this about warnings?
Okay. She'd have to
Without
have-
saying what.
She'd have to have personal knowledge.
Right, I was trying to get to that, actually. Did you have any information from before she sent you the text about warnings about what that meant, not just what you perceived it as, but did you have any information she had provided earlier about warnings?
Just information of, not really talking about her child much and that he was troubled.
So you don't know, other than the worksheet she texted you, that day, did she say anything about warnings?
No, she
Okay.
did not.
All right, and you respond,
There probably were warnings, but nobody saw them. Hindsight is always 20/20. I absolutely adore Billy.
okay, and the next,
A lot of people have found out, I guess Ethan is all over Facebook. People at the barn are concerned. I think it would be best if you didn't come out to the barn, or if you do, you must be escorted by the police. I'm really sorry. I'm looking out for my business here too.
all right, and what were you testified earlier, you were worried about theft, but what were you worried about? Is there anything else that you were worried about at that point?
I was also worried about just the safety of my other boarders. I do have people that I give lessons to that do go to Oxford, and they did not want to be around if Jennifer and James would come to the farm.
Okay, and she responds to you, this is then the next day after the shooting, it's around 9:56 a.m. What does she respond?
Seriously, those horses are the only thing that is good in my life right now. And I responded with, I 100% understand that, but we all need to be careful. What if people follow you here?
Okay, the next messages indicate that it says Kira missed your call. Is there a way to call through a Facebook Messenger that doesn't include, that's not a cell phone call? Are those two different things, if you know?
Yes.
Okay, and had you received Facebook calls from Jennifer before?
She has attempted to call on
Okay.
Facebook before.
And you didn't pick up?
I did not.
Is there a reason for that?
I do not remember what I was doing at that time.
Okay, and the next message?
Call me on Facebook, on track phone, need to talk and figure some things out.
And what is your response?
Sorry, I missed your call. I'm still doing some stuff and can't do a phone call until later on.
And then you say, can you message me and
Oh, yeah.
communicate that way? Correct?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, next message? She says what?
Let's talk later, easier than texting. This phone is hard to text on.
And now your response is, now this is 3 o'clock, the day after the shooting, you respond what?
All right, no problem. I'll let you know later today.
And then you text her again that night at around 8 p.m.
If you're comfortable coming out here without police, I'm okay with it too. We just need to be careful. I don't want people to follow you or hurt you.
Okay, Kira, it seems as if you're changing your mind here and you're not exactly sure how to handle it. What's going on with that text? Because that's opposite of what you said earlier.
Your Honor, I would object to the narrative being provided by the prosecution and ask that she just ask questions.
Okay, well, I think she is. She's asking, did you change your mind?
I had changed my mind to allow her to come to the farm, but in my head, if she did decide to come to the farm, I would still have, my parents were there and just making sure that things were still safe.
Okay, and were you continuing to talk to other people like your parents during this time about what to do? Or were you pretty set?
I had talked to my parents.
Okay. What is her response shortly after that? That's still 8:12 p.m.
We're out of the area for a few days in a safe place until we have a better grasp on everything.
Okay, and the next message you send?
I am very glad you are safe. I care about you guys. I will take care of your boys. Let me know when you want me to buy them and I'll buy them.
And then you also add, if you need anything else, just let me know.
Yes.
All right. message she sends is about an hour or so later at 9 p.m. And what did she say?
I'm sorry, my keyboard sucks. Let's plan on Monday to sail.
Okay. And at this time, December 1st would be a Wednesday,
Yeah,
if you know.
I think. I'm not good with dates.
Okay. And so Monday is 4 or 5 days later.
Yes.
Okay. And then you respond, okay, sounds good. Is there a way for me to get the medication for his legs before then? Who are you talking about, Billy?
I was talking about Billy because
Okay.
he had the medication that was being used to treat his
The
fever.
mud fever?
Yes.
All right. And then she responds,
What's your number? I want to call and set up a safe place to meet. My messenger is probably being monitored. And
okay, she's telling you at 9:30 on Wednesday night, my messenger is probably being monitored. What did you take that to mean? What messenger?
She is referring to the Facebook Messenger.
So you monitored meaning that the messages you're sending are being monitored.
Correct.
Did you know who was monitoring them?
I did not.
Okay. And then she says what?
She says, "Hey, we need
Hey,
to
Bobby.
get that stuff to you and discuss the horses."
Okay, so this is the following day at 12:49. She says we need to get that stuff and discuss the horses. And how do you respond?
My response.
Who's Truman?
Truman is our farrier that we use.
You're what?
Our farrier.
Okay, were Billy and Shorty having a farrier visit?
Yes.
Okay, and that was arranged by who?
All the horses get done at the same time.
Okay, so you say Truman's here right now. I can let you know when he's done, and you say I'll message you when I'm done.
Yes.
Okay, and then
Said, "Hey, I'm sorry. Can we do call tomorrow morning?"
okay, were you trying to avoid a conversation, or you were just busy?
Both.
Okay, fair. All right, and the next message comes in December 2nd. Yep, can we still sell the horses tomorrow?
Yeah.
And you respond, this is at 10
Yeah, this is always about
p.m.
caring about the
You respond
horses more.
I think so. Want me to have cash or check?
And how does she respond?
Cash is best.
And you respond what?
What do you want to do with your tack?
And what's tack?
Like the saddles and bridles for the
Okay.
horses.
And she says sell it?
Yes.
Okay, and now this is December 3rd at 7:19 a.m., correct?
Yeah.
Is that what it says?
That's that message on there.
Okay, that's UTC -5, so that is the actual time. That's 7:19 a.m. And that is
Yeah.
December 3rd. And you respond what?
I can probably give you 800 for it all if you want. Are you able to meet today still?
Okay, and that is do you know if that was Friday?
I do not remember.
Okay, no worries. And her response is what?
Her response was,
No, nothing on
"Maybe
Jennifer.
They're
Hill.
announcing charges at 12, so not sure what's happening."
Okay. So that is, if I told you that was a Friday, do you have every reason to disagree with that? December 3rd.
I do not know the actual date that day.
Okay,
I cannot
so
say.
do you know what she's talking about? Charges? Did you have any clue as to what that was about? Just yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. From Jennifer or from another source?
News.
Okay. And you respond at 11 a.m. shortly, about 45 minutes after. Just let me know and we can figure something out. Do you have the papers for the boys? Is that like ownership?
It does sound very
papers?
much like that. Just
Registration.
throw as
papers,
much
that
as you
both the
can.
horses are registered.
And then you follow up saying what?
If you will take $5,800 for horses and all the tack and stuff included, I'll go get the money. today, so I have it ready when you are ready.
Okay, and she responds, yes, and Brian will contact you. Papers are at my house. Brian's a mutual friend that you both know.
We both know him.
Okay, that's it.
Jennifer's closer to
Okay.
him than I am.
Thank you. And you respond, did you find a place for your other animals? Were you talking about her pets at home?
Yes.
Okay. And she says, not yet. This is at 2 p.m. And then you respond, I can find them good homes with my family members if you want. And that's around 2 p.m. as well. Is that the last message you sent or had exchanged with her?
I do not know if that's the last time that I talked to her about this.
Okay. Did you give all of the messages on that day, the screenshots to law enforcement that you had?
I did, yes.
Okay. Where are what happened to the horses? Did she end up, did you buy them?
I did not buy them. They were actually signed over to me. Part of our boarding contract is if payment is not made after a certain number of days or months, then the horses become the property of the.
So she screwed her over.
Cover the cost of having them boarded.
Okay, and you were making those arrangements with somebody else other than Jennifer?
Jennifer's dad.
Okay, all right. Nothing further at this time.
Ross?
Thank you. Good afternoon, or morning, good morning. My name is Shannon Smith. I represent Mrs. Crumbley. I believe that I've met you once before when you testified in court as preliminary exam. Do you recall that?
I do.
If I ask you any questions that are at all confusing, can you please stop me and let me know?
I will.
Okay, thank you. I want to start off by talking about your relationship with Jennifer Crumbley. You testified today that you had a business relationship with her. Is that correct?
It was a business relationship, but also a friendship, but we were not super close friends.
Okay, so you would agree that at the time prior to November 30th of 2021, Jennifer Crumbley was also a friend to you. Not particularly close, but a friend.
Correct.
And the farm that you own, do you call it a farm or a barn?
It's both.
Okay, I keep using the word interchangeably, so I thought
Yep,
I'd ask.
either works.
The property you own is approximately 51 acres, is that correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that to get to your property, there are long roads in a very rural area, is that correct?
Yes.
So your farm is not right up against cities or areas with a lot of traffic, correct?
Correct.
On those roads that are close to the farm, it's fair to say the cell signal cuts in and out for different cell phones.
Correct.
And you personally, at the time all of this took place, had a phone through Verizon Wireless, correct?
Correct.
And you would be able to use your Verizon phone while at the farm.
For the most part, depending on the area and also just the day.
So there were some parts of the farm or parts of the day where you would also have trouble getting a signal to make phone calls or send text messages, correct?
Correct.
And you know from the other people who board and come to the farm that other people also have internet issues and are unable to receive calls and texts while at the farm.
Yes, sometimes people would struggle with that.
It sounds like there's one little area by a picnic table where people kind of flock if they want to check their texts or get data. Is that correct?
It very well could be. There are a couple areas that seem to maybe be a little bit more reliable service-wise, but even then, like sometimes if it's too windy, things don't work.
Now, you testified that Jennifer Crumbley gave you information that, her son was weird, although she talked about vacations and some other things with him. Is that true?
Correct.
And you testified that you had concerns about her son prior to the events that unfolded on November 30th, correct?
I have not voiced to her that I had seen concerns, but in my mind, I had thought that, you know, some of the things that she had described or how she didn't really talk about him much, or if, you know, when she had talked about him, it was very vague. Like, people like to talk about their children, and she did not talk about her
Just,
children.
one moment, and whatever's on the screen is not an exhibit, and so
Do I just go ahead and turn this off?
It's a button now. There's a button for it to go to use.
Should I just pull my plug out?
I don't know, is this yours? Or
Yes.
Is this yours?
Yeah, this is my
Oh.
laptop. It
Oh.
was, I didn't realize it was turned on to my laptop, so my desktop was evidently up there. Okay, so, Miss Pennick, when you, so you've testified obviously here today, but you recall testifying at a preliminary exam that took place back in 2022, correct?
Yes,
And on the day you testified in 2022 at the preliminary exam, you did the same thing we saw here in court. You raised your right hand and swore to tell the truth, correct?
correct.
And on that date, you did your best to take the stand and tell the truth about your knowledge of the information in this case.
Correct.
Now, on that date, when you testified, you were specifically asked, have you ever been given reason to believe he was not mentally sound, that he needed professional, medical help? And your answer was no on that occasion, correct?
Correct.
You were also asked, have you ever had reason to believe the shooter was homicidal or he would hurt other people? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Now, today you testified that the shooter, you were told about issues related to the shooter and him being weird, correct?
Correct.
You testified about that issue at the preliminary exam, and I'm on page 55. And you were asked, when you said that,
Objection, Your Honor, you're on page 55 of what?
the preliminary exam.
So the witness doesn't have that, and I think she doesn't have it.
This is impeachment.
Right, but she's referencing a page number to something that nobody else.
Oh, I
Yes,
think she was referencing the page number so that you know where she is.
Right.
in the example.
Okay, it's not an exhibit, so I'm just wondering if we're gonna refer to certain things that she said that she be allowed to also see that before she answers.
Well, I think she said, if she doesn't remember, if she doesn't recall, right?
Otherwise, with impeachment, I don't need to put the,
Yeah, so ask her if she recalls being asked a certain question.
okay. At the preliminary exam, you testified about whether James and Jen had issues with their son.
Do you recall that?
I recall.
And on that date, you said, I had never gotten the feeling that Jen and James had those types of issues with their son, correct?
Correct. I did
And-
not know if there were specific issues, as they had never told me flat out that there were issues, but just some of their behaviors that they, or comments that they had made, indirect comments, made me think that there may have been issues at some point.
So it's your testimony today that you thought there may have been issues, but when you were asked under oath and testified in 2022, you specifically said, I had never gotten the feeling that Jen and James have those types of issues with their son?
I did not know, I don't have any paper proof or documentations of conversations to know for sure, so they're just my feelings.
Okay, I'm not asking if you have documentations or proof. I am just saying that on that date in 2022, which was closer in time to the events in this case, your testimony, sworn testimony, was that James and Jen did not have those issues with their son, correct?
Correct.
Now, when the math drawing was sent over to you by Mrs. Crumbley, the math paper her son wrote on, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. You ultimately saw that math paper, and you would agree with me that Jennifer appeared very concerned about what was going on, correct?
She had stated that she was concerned.
Okay. So she sends you the math paper and expresses concern.
Yes.
Now, you testified that when you heard there was a shooting at Oxford High School, you knew who the shooter was, correct?
My feeling with the information that I was given before I had actually seen it on the news and who the shooter actually was, I had my feelings about who the shooter was.
So you did not believe that the shooter would have committed a school shooting based on the math paper alone, correct?
I do not know for sure.
If you saw that math paper and thought there would be a school shooting, you would have told someone, correct?
I cannot predict the future that there would have been a shooting, but I was very concerned about the sheet, the math test that was sent to me. And I did talk to my parents about the math test that I was shown, and my understanding is that with Jennifer and James meeting with the school that this was discussed.
Okay, we can agree that after the meeting about the math paper, Jennifer was concerned. We already went through that, yes.
Yes.
We can agree that she sent you a picture of the math paper and you also felt concerned, correct?
Correct.
And we can agree that you did not call law enforcement or police to say, hey, I think a school shooting is going to unfold, correct?
Correct.
At the time you saw the math paper and were concerned, you would have stopped a school shooting if you predicted it was going to happen, correct?
I would not have known that something like this would have happened.
You wouldn't have thought something like this would happen, correct?
Correct.
What ended up happening was horrible, correct?
Correct.
And it was not anything that you expected even, correct?
Correct.
So when you are telling the jury that you hear about the shooting and you're thinking about the math paper, you know it's at Oxford High School, your testimony was you had an idea of who the shooter was, correct?
Correct.
In order to reach that conclusion at that time, you had to rely on hindsight, looking backwards at things that you believed supported Jennifer's son may be the shooter, correct?
Yes, the only thing that the thing that made me believe that I knew who the shooter was realizing the math test that was sent to me that morning.
Right.
So after the shooting happened, I had a feeling of who the shooter was because of the math test that was sent to me that morning.
Okay, so it's looking backwards, connecting the dots of things you see that were of concern, and knowing the shooting happened, that helps you put it together who the shooter is.
Correct.
But again, if you saw that math paper and had known or had a crystal ball and knew the shooting was going to unfold, you would have certainly called police or done something to stop it.
Absolutely.
You also would have said to Mrs. Crumbley, hey, I think your son is going to do something to hurt people, correct?
Correct.
Or, hey, I think your son might do something to hurt himself.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that you did not send Mrs. Crumbley messages along those lines.
Correct.
Now, you testified that you were being kind to Mrs. Crumbley. I don't believe you used the word being kind, but I characterize it as kind. When you said to her, I'm so sorry you have to deal with this, text messages along those lines that have been admitted, correct?
Correct.
And you are aware that Mrs. Crumbley from the text messages was saying she can't go home,
Correct.
and you were expressing concern for her in response to her saying, I can't go home.
Correct.
We can agree there was a strong public opinion against the Crumbleys that you were aware of.
Correct.
Many people were very angry with the Crumbley parents when they knew the Crumbley parents were the parents of the shooter.
Correct.
So one of Mrs. Crumbley's concerns that was discussed in these texts with you were for her safety and the safety of her husband.
Correct.
And that poured over onto you as well. As the barn owner, you needed to be concerned about your affiliation with the Crumbleys.
Correct.
And you needed to be concerned to make sure that you were not specifically harmed by anyone for being affiliated with them, correct?
I wanted to make sure that myself, my family, and my barn family were also safe.
Well, that was going to be my next question. You were concerned about yourself, and I'm sorry, you said your family?
My close family, and then also what we call a barn family, or people that are boarded at my facility.
Thank you. And that's why you made indications to Mrs. Crumbley about not coming to the barn or only coming with a police escort, because you were watching out for what you needed to protect, which is yourself, the people you care about, and your boarders.
Correct.
When you write to Mrs. Crumbley in the texts that were admitted, please stay safe, you genuinely wanted Mrs. Crumbley to stay safe.
Correct.
And Mrs. Crumbley was explaining that she can't go home. Those texts speak for themselves.
Correct.
And Mrs. Crumbley ultimately says that they are staying out of town for a few days.
Correct.
And it's your understanding they were not returning back to their home address.
Correct.
In the text, you say to Mrs. Crumbley, you give her some advice to be honest about everything, correct?
Correct.
At no point, there is no point where Mrs. Crumbley says to you, hey, I'm going to lie about this, correct?
Correct.
There's no point where she says, Kara, please take my side and lie about anything, correct?
Correct.
When you're giving her the advice to tell the truth, she's not saying to you, I'm not planning to do that, right?
Correct.
And in your texts, you confirm to Mrs. Crumbley that you don't remotely think it's Jen and James' fault that the shooter did this, correct?
I did put that in the text message, correct.
And then Mrs. Crumbley responds that she wishes there had been warnings, correct?
Correct.
And when you text her back, you say there probably were, but nobody saw them, right?
I did have that in my message, correct.
And if you had seen warnings that the shooter would do something like he did, you certainly would have voiced that to Mrs. Crumbley.
Your Honor, I believe she's been asked that question a couple of times.
Well, I guess I think she asked if you saw that picture in People's 74, would you have called the police and said there's a mass shooting, there's gonna be a mass shooting? So I think the question is somewhat different.
I believe she also asked her if you would have said something to Mrs. Crumbley, I'm concerned.
Did she ask you that already?
Yes, a variation.
I did ask that, but then further down in the text messages, the conversation shifts. And the conversation is specifically, again, about signs and warnings. And so that's why I'm asking this witness a question about it again,
Okay.
only because it reappears.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so you never said to Jennifer Crumbley, when you two were discussing the word warnings, hey, I think there were warnings, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
You did not say to Mrs. Crumbley, when you guys were talking about her wishing there were warnings, you didn't say, Jennifer, there were warnings.
That is correct, because
That's just my question. You did not say, Jennifer, there were warnings.
correct.
And in fact, you continued to go on to be kind to Mrs. Crumbley and continue working out the terms of buying this horse, correct?
Correct.
And you continued to be concerned and telling Mrs. Crumbley, stay where you are, and that you didn't want people hurting them, correct?
Correct.
When Mrs. Crumbley was commenting to you about a lawyer costing $200,000, you understood she was trying to gather money together to pay a lawyer, retain a lawyer.
Correct.
And at that point, the shooting by the shooter had taken place, correct?
Correct.
And you do not know who the lawyer was for that Mrs. Crumbley was going to be thinking about paying $200,000 to, correct?
I did not know for sure.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Ms. Pennick, in light of your testimony, I just want to confirm, you have never suspected that Jennifer Crumbley has stolen anything from you, correct?
No.
You've never filed a police report or made that kind of claim to Mrs. Crumbley or anyone, correct?
No.
Thank you.
Regret?
Kara, did you have any trouble receiving and sending Facebook messages that day when, in the thread that I had you read?
I do not remember.
Okay, but you successfully communicated with her?
Correct.
Okay. Counsel asked you a couple times about text messages you sent Jennifer, and you wanted to explain. You said, that's what I wrote in the text. And what do you mean when you say that?
A lot of the messages that I had sent, I wanted to send them in a way that I could possibly gain more information to provide to the law and get this situation taken care of.
Okay. Did you have any other concerns about being in a confrontation or a fight?
Not directly with them.
Okay. And she just asked you about concerns about theft. And you said, no, you didn't prior to this. So why were you concerned about it now?
I was concerned because when somebody needs a lot of money and then they're in a tight spot with something like this case, that they may do things that they may not have ever thought about doing. And one of those things was stealing things to sell for money to cover the expenses of things that might need to be covered.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor. They should be excused.
You can step down in your excuse.
So I think the defense did better.
Who is the next witness?
In that
their
specific,
duration on this case?
Mr. Hopkins, it won't be.
Yeah,
it won't be-
there was obviously nothing there.
Are you guys good? We waited a long time this morning. Can we call another witness and then I think your lunch would be here at 12-ish. We'll start another witness, is that okay? Okay.
Sorry, I'm trying to see.
They're bringing him from down there.
Okay.
So it was a lot better. The lady seems kind of shady. That whole horse world and barn world, it's odd. It's a different place. So not uncommon that it's weird. But I was much more pleased with the way that she did things today than she has in the past. Yeah, absolutely sketchy. It's very dramatic. It's a very it's just very like oh no, I didn't pay her for the horse because she couldn't pay boarding anymore. Well, it's kind of shitty since you already said you were going to sell the horse or buy the horse. Like it's very shady. Seems like a very shady set of circumstances. I don't know that she was terribly credible in my opinion. I would have seen it for what I said, which was the fact that it was kind of shady. She was obviously trying to deceive her, like she said, to get more information, and she didn't believe what she was texting and blah blah so forth. Which is all kind of shady. This poor woman, imagine having to deal with finding out your kid is a school shooter and then having to deal with being charged for it. Yeah. She absolutely was trying to walk back her story and help the prosecution. I don't think there's any question with that. It was.
Oh, I'm sorry, you waiting for me?
No,
Oh,
not at all. We're waiting
sorry,
for
okay.
Mr. Hopkins is being escorted here. So.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to get another witness before lunch since they started late. Yeah, I don't find her credible at all. She was kind of walking back her story. And even if you did find her credible, there was no information there. There was nothing damning. There was nothing that tied her to the shooting. There was nothing at all. It was just more of what we've seen so far, which is frankly nothing. Still haven't seen a single shred of evidence to prove anything that they're claiming. As usual, if I'm wrong, please somebody let me know, but I don't necessarily feel like I am. Frivolous? Yes, very much so. Again, if this is the best you have, then you have nothing, frankly. So they're escorting the next witness. So I wonder if he is some kind of incarcerated or. Out of curiosity, I wonder if they could potentially call James, the
Do you swear?
husband, father,
Testimony not to give any truth to help you God.
I do.
or if that would be a good idea.
And then would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Sean Hopkins,
Here we go.
SHAWN, last name HOPKINS.
May I judge?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, did you work with the Oxford High School in November of 2021?
I did.
Okay. And what did you do there?
I was a counselor at the high school.
Do you still work at Oxford School District?
I am currently on leave through the end of the school year.
So you said you were a counselor. What exactly does that mean?
As a counselor, I oversaw my caseload of students. I had approximately 400 students while at Oxford High School. I helped them with post-secondary planning, scheduling. I helped them also with social emotional issues and really kind of working with them holistically throughout their time in school.
Okay, so you said you had about 400 students in your caseload, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so how many students, if you know, attended Oxford High School in November of 2021?
I believe it was around either 1750, 1800.
Okay, so how many counselors were there?
There were 4 counselors with main caseloads, and then we had a counselor who had early college students.
Okay, so the 4, you call them main counselors, would they have a similar type of caseload?
Yep, we were divided out alphabetically, so we each took about an equal amount of students.
So you described a few different duties. Did you have any primary responsibilities as a counselor, or did you sort of have a lot of different responsibilities?
I would call it a lot of different responsibilities that were all primary.
Okay.
I don't know that there was one that we would put above the other that I described.
So in your general caseload, did you have regular meetings with students, or was it as an as-needed basis?
Both, actually. We did have a couple meetings per year that were scheduled, especially with seniors. We would meet with them regularly, and then we would meet once per year to go over scheduling and making sure that students were getting everything they needed for graduation, and then on an as-needed basis for any students.
Okay. So tell me about your background, please.
Well, I graduated from college in 2009, actually started as a youth pastor, worked in that role for from 2009 to 2018. I actually crossed over some with my time in the schools. I graduated with a master's in counseling from Oakland University in 2015, served the 2014-2015 school year as an intern at Oxford High School, and then was hired on full-time after that.
Okay, is that where you had been employed up until, from that point up until the time you went on leave?
No, I was at Oxford Bridges High School for the 2022-23 school year.
Okay, what is that?
That's the alternative high school within the Oxford Schools District for students who are credit deficient and at risk for graduation because of their credits.
Okay, thank you. So did any of your responsibilities as a counselor at the high school involve disciplining students?
They did not.
Okay, so who would handle that?
That would have been the dean or principals.
So November of 2021, Oxford High School, at that point, were students still masked?
They were.
Okay. Was it in-person learning, or was it hybrid, or was it remote?
It was primarily in person. We did have times when we were unable to stay in person due to amount of students out with COVID tracing.
Okay, so it was in person whenever possible. Would that be
Yes.
correct? Okay. Now, what sort of issues would arise with the students in your caseload in the fall of 2021?
It was a difficult time. Looking back on it, it was a time when, you know, it was a lot unknown for students, especially if they would be quarantined at times. You were working with them, making sure they were able to stay caught up. We actually had teachers filming their class as they were teaching their class oftentimes to make sure that they were able to keep students engaged even when they were out. So it was difficult from a scholastic standpoint, which in a lot of ways led to it becoming difficult from an emotional standpoint for students, where it just became, the unknown can be difficult sometimes.
What sort of mental health struggles would you see during that time?
we saw a lot of depression, anxiety, students struggling, and we saw suicide ideation and unfortunately suicide attempts during that time.
Tell us, please, what exactly does suicide ideation mean?
It's a difficult one to define for a lot of people, but really what suicide ideation is are themes or things which may be related to suicide. So we could see sadness, which in itself isn't suicidal, or we could see depression, which in itself isn't suicidal. But when we see these themes together, sometimes they can be linked with suicide.
Okay. In November of 2021, as well as the previous school year, was Jennifer Crumbley's son one of the students assigned to your caseload?
He was.
When would have been the first time you interacted with Jennifer Crumbley's son?
To my memory, the first time would have been in the fall of the 20 year.
Okay, so what purpose would you have interacted with him then? You would have been a freshman at the high school?
Well, I do know that there have been things I interacted with him as a freshman, but I don't have memory of those. We would have done scheduling, we would have done just normal routine things, but I don't have a memory of that.
So when you say scheduling, you mean scheduling classes?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was one of your responsibilities as well?
It was.
Now, first of all, is Jennifer Crumbley in the courtroom today?
Yes, she is.
Can you point here and describe something she's wearing today, please?
She is to my right, wearing a black jacket.
With the record reflected identification?
The record would reflect the court identification of the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley.
So in the defendant's son's freshman year, that's the fall of 2020 into early parts of 21, do you have any recollection of interacting with him?
I don't.
Okay. Now, did you interact with him in the, if I showed you an email, would it refresh your recollection if you met with him in the spring of 2021?
I have seen this email. I don't have memory of the meeting, but it's been documented.
Okay. This is exhibit, I don't believe we have an objection to exhibits 155 through 160.
So let me just double check here. That's correct, 155 through 168,
You don't have an objection to any of those?
no.
Okay, 155 to 160 are admitted.
Mr. Hopkins, I'm going to direct you to the screen right in front of you. This is exhibit 155. Portions obviously are redacted. This is a copy of an email. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay. It's sent from a staff member of Oxford High School.
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes,
Okay. And can you tell us, please, it was addressed to you May 13, 2021, 1:46 p.m.
that is correct.
Okay. What does the email say?
Hi, when you get a chance, can you call redacted down and see how he's doing? He's failing my class and tries to sleep all the time in class.
Okay. So this was in reference to the defendant's son.
That is correct.
This is a portion of the same email thread. Also, May 13, 2021. This is 2:07 p.m. And what was your response?
It says, I'll catch him before the end of the day.
And then did that staff member respond to you?
Yes,
And what was that?
thanks. Just a little worried.
Okay. Now, do you recall having a conversation with the defendant's son in May of 2021?
I do not recall this meeting.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as People's 156.
Mhm.
This is, remember, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. September the 8th, 2021, 8:23 a.m. This is an email from a different teacher to you. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And could you read us, please, what the email says?
Hi, Sean. Could you please touch base with student? In his autobiography poem, he said he feels terrible and that his family is a mistake. Unusual responses for sure.
Okay. Did you respond to that email?
I believe I did.
Okay, so this is your response, September the 8th, 2021, 9:15 a.m. What is your response?
Thanks for the heads up. I'm in senior meetings throughout the day, but we'll try and catch up with him.
Now, do you recall that interaction with the defendant's son?
In this case, I did not have a direct interaction with the defendant's son. I talked with the teacher.
Okay, and tell us about that, please.
I had a conversation with the teacher and she explained to me a little bit more context of what had gone on. She explained that he was
Your
joking.
Honor, I would object to the hearsay.
It's not offer for the truth of the matter, sir, the judge, just offer what he did next and why.
Okay, so what did you do next?
So I had a conversation with the teacher who gave me greater context of what was going on within this. And she stated that he was
Your
actually.
Honor, I would object.
I don't think it was clear to him.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Based on your conversation with the teacher, what did you do next?
Did you,
I did
Call
not
or
have a
email.
meeting. I did not have a meeting with the student
okay.
at this time.
And did you send an email to either the defendant or her husband, or a phone call to either the defendant or her husband?
I did not.
Okay, that's all. Now, in Oxford High School, are grades posted so parents can follow along?
They are.
Okay, and what system is that?
That is through a system called PowerSchool.
Okay,
They are given live updates through that system.
and that's every parent of every student registered in Oxford School District, they can follow along with assignments and things of that nature.
Yes,
And our parents also provided emailed updates to PowerSchool.
I believe that they can get notifications through the PowerSchool system.
And that's sent to email?
I'm not sure.
If you,
how that
if you
is
know,
done.
if you know, that's all right. All right. Now, this was September the 8th, 2021. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 157. Now, this is November the 10th, 2021 at 2:45 p.m. This is an email to you. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And can you tell us what this says, please?
Student is having a rough time right now. He might need to speak with you.
And then your response at 4:44 p.m. on November the 10th, 2021 was what?
I'm sorry, I was in a meeting through the end of the day. I'll catch up with him.
Okay. And did you catch up with him?
I did the following day.
Okay. Tell us about that, please.
I had a quick meeting in the hallway on his way to class and just let him know that if he needed somebody to talk to, that I could be there for him.
Okay. Now, did you contact either that student's mother or father at that point?
I did not.
Okay. Did you send an email?
No.
And why not?
Because it was something that was very typical. I didn't have any information on the student other than he was sad, which to me is a pretty common thing and a normal thing. And I just wanted to be able to offer a bridge that if that student wanted to talk.
And you offered that bridge to the student?
I did meet with that student in the hallway and offered that opportunity.
Okay. And for the record, that was Jennifer Crumbley's son, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, the next time you had any interaction with the defendant's son was November the 29th, 2021, would that be right?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 158. Sir, this is an email to you that eventually was forwarded, is that correct?
This email was eventually forwarded to me fairly quickly after it was sent to the two on this email.
Okay, so this is Monday, November 29th, 9:32 a.m. Can you read us, please, what the email says?
I have a student during first hour today, defendant's son, who is on his phone looking at different bullets at the end of first hour today as I was walking around the room passing out their essays. I didn't get a chance to investigate it a bit further since it was the end of the hour. Now that he's on my radar, I'm also noticing some of his previous work that he's completed from earlier in the year leans a bit toward the violent side. I can bring these things later today during my 5th hour prep if you would like them.
Okay, so this was 9:32 a.m. and you weren't on the initial email, but it was forwarded to you.
It was forwarded to me.
Okay, and tell us what happened next, please.
At this point, I received a phone call from Pam Fine, who was on the original email, asking if I would be able to come to her office. She was planning to call down the student and meet to discuss the contents of this email.
Now, in the realm of either a school counselor or someone who's in discipline of students, there are certain levels of escalation when it comes to contacting a student and or a parent. Would that be right?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. So there's a check-in.
Your Honor, I would ask that the witness answer the questions and avoid the leading questions.
Please.
I'll repeat. Okay, so earlier you testified that you had just met with the student's teacher in September of 2021.
Yes,
Okay, and you felt that was sufficient at that point.
yes, because I was able to gain more context.
Okay. November the 10th of 2000, well, actually you met with him November the 11th, 2021. You took the next step to meet with him.
Yes,
Okay. And now a decision was made, you just testified that to actually bring the student into the office.
that decision was made. I was not the one who made that decision.
Sure. But as far as you're concerned in your role, what are the levels of escalation to contact either a parent or somebody else?
It depends on the situation. If it's a discipline issue, I'd be contacting a dean or a principal. And then they would be the ones leading the meeting from there. If it's a social emotional issue, or if I feel the student is at risk of harm to themselves, I would be contacting a parent in that case.
Okay. So you said it was Pam Fine who was on that initial email, and what was her role at Oxford High School?
She was a restorative practices coordinator at that time.
So tell me what happened after you received that phone call.
I walked to Pam Fine's office, and the student had been called down and then walked into her office.
Okay, the student being the defendant's son?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that meeting.
It was fairly brief. I was there as student support throughout the meeting, not to have direct conversation about the content of the meeting, but it was really a chance to get an idea of what he was looking at and why.
Okay. You said you were there for the standpoint of student support. What does that mean?
Well, when a student is facing a potential discipline issue, it's fairly common to call a counselor in, as we are not the ones issuing the discipline in that case, but we can be a person there who's in the corner for the student.
So is that intentional to keep the discipline separate from the counselor?
Yes,
Why is that?
because the counselor is not a role of disciplinarian, the counselor is a role of student support.
So your focus then would be on the mental health and well-being of the student, not if the school rule was violated.
That is correct.
You said the meeting was fairly short.
It was less than 10 minutes.
Was the decision made to take the next step to contact a parent?
There was a phone call to the parent after the meeting.
Okay, now, do you know how that decision was made and why?
I do not know how that decision was made or why.
Okay. Were you there for that phone call?
I was.
And it was a voicemail?
It was a voicemail.
Okay, and who made it? You were Miss Fine.
Ms. Fine is the one who made the phone call.
Now, when was the next time you had any interaction? Well, first we'll go through the rest of 158 here. It'll be on your screen. This is when it was the email forwarded to you at 9:34. Can you read this email, please?
I sent the following email to Nick and Pam. I wanted to make you aware as well. I'm not sure if you had any contact with this student.
Okay, now who's Nick?
Nick was a dean of students at Oxford High School at the time.
Okay. And 9:36 a.m., you responded to the email. What did you write?
Thanks, Jacqueline. I'll be touching base with him as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, when is the next time that you had contact with the defendant's son?
It would have been the following morning of November 30th.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 159. This is also an email. This is Tuesday, November 30th, 2021 at 8:05 a.m. And you were on this initial email, correct?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell us what the email says, please?
I know Jackie emailed you guys yesterday with some concerns about the student in our first hour class. Today he is watching videos on his phone of a guy gunning down people. It looks like it's a movie scene and not security footage / a real event, but definitely still concerning when taking into account some of his other behaviors.
Okay, so this email was sent at 8:05 a.m. the morning of the shooting. What time did you receive it?
Well, I received it at 8:05. I believe I responded and saw it about 30 minutes later,
I'm sorry, that was a bad question. What, if you recall, what time did you actually read it?
around 8:30.
What was your reaction when you read the email?
My first reaction was, here we go again, of another conversation of you have to follow school rules. You have to be able to make decisions that aren't going to be detrimental to your time in class.
Okay. Now, did you receive, subsequently you met with that student, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but before you did you receive another email regarding him?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, well, did you receive another email regarding the defendant's son that day?
I did, but it was, what happened was a math teacher showed a picture to our dean of students, Nikki.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you 160, what's been admitted.
Okay.
This is from a teacher to you and Mr. Ejak, who references the dean of students.
Yes.
This was sent 9:32 a.m. and this was a photograph of a drawing by the defendant's son.
Yes, this was sent after I already had defendant's son in my office.
Okay, so let's back up a little bit then. You looked at the first email around 8:30 in the morning, you said?
Yes.
Okay, and then what decision did you make and why?
I was on the phone when I saw the email, and upon hanging up the phone, I actually had Mr. Ejak come to my office.
Why is that?
Because he had been shown the math assignment, which is attached in the email currently on the screen.
Okay, and then tell me about that conversation.
He mentioned that Miss Morgan had shown him this picture. I said, Ethan, because I had his schedule up on my computer going to planning on talking with him.
Okay,
And then I made the decision as the counselor to go into his class because it is, when a counselor goes into a class, it could be for anything.
okay. They said you had made the decision to speak with him. Was that because of the email you received before Mr. Ejak came and saw you, or another reason?
It was based on the email that I received.
Okay,
And then when I already had the information that there was an assignment of some sort going on, then it solidified that decision even further that I was going to talk to the student.
okay. Did Mr. Ejak show that to you, or did you see it from the email?
I did not see it until I saw the assignment in person in the class.
In person?
He was shown a picture of it on the phone.
Who's he?
Mr. Ejak
Okay,
was shown a picture of it on a cell phone.
all right,
So I had not seen the assignment at that point.
all right. And you made the decision to retrieve the defendant's son from class and bring him to your office?
Yes, his classroom was actually close to my office when he was in that hour.
Okay,
And so I made the decision that as a counselor, it would be easier for me to walk in there because that's a pretty common thing. And then I ended up grabbing the assignment and walking back to my office with the student.
okay. Now, the first time you saw that assignment was in person in that classroom. That's correct?
I really didn't look at it much. I had it,
Okay,
but I wasn't studying it as we were walking back to my office.
okay. This is exhibit 123. It's already been admitted. Now, there's things drawn out in words added and certain words crossed out. Was this the assignment that you retrieved from the defendant's son's classroom?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And then you brought the defendant's son back to your office. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then when would you say is the first time that you really took a look at this?
A couple minutes after being back into my office was when I really took a look at it.
Okay.
I went through the email I received with him
With
from
the
Allison.
defendant's son?
Yes,
Okay.
the email from Allison Karpinski, and then sought clarification on that email. And then after receiving the clarification from the student on that email, I then looked over the paper with the defendant's son.
Okay. And what was your thought when you saw this paper, exhibit 123?
My first thought was I wanted to get from him what he was doing. His initial response was that it was a video game, that he liked drawing for video games and liked being able to create in that way. So I let him describe it in that way at first, and then I asked him to talk about some of the words that he had written down.
Okay. By this
Because
point,
those stuck out to me.
so by this point, had you seen the original drawing?
No,
Okay. So the words you were asking to explain were on this sheet here, 123.
that is correct.
Okay. So what words in particular stood out to you?
I noticed the words of "I love my life so much," "the thoughts won't stop." I could make out "help me" under the crossed out part, and "harmless act." So it made me concerned that a student may potentially be suicidal or be displaying suicidal ideation.
Okay. So I take it you didn't take the defendant's son explanation at face value.
I didn't take it at face value. I accounted for it as his description, but I wanted to make sure that I was looking at as much of a picture as I could.
Okay. So when you reviewed this drawing, and again, this is before you saw the original drawing, did you decide then to ask more pointed questions?
I did. I really wanted to point out the words that were in the drawing because they were the easiest to see, and I wanted to get explanation for the words that wasn't just "it's a video game."
Now, when you were speaking with the defendant son in your office, did he have a mask on?
He did.
Okay, did you have a mask on?
I did.
Could you tell what his demeanor was at that point?
As best as you could, without complete facial expression. You still have tone of voice, you still have pace of speech.
At this point, you never actually interacted with him without a mask. Would that be right?
That is correct.
So when you ask more pointed questions, tell us what happened next and why.
His demeanor at first was very compliant. And as I started asking about the words and asking him to describe the words, his demeanor shifted towards more of a sad demeanor.
Okay.
He started sharing some things that had gone on in his life.
Like what?
He mentioned that a family dog had died recently. He mentioned that a grandparent had passed, that he was struggling with COVID and with school through COVID. And he mentioned that he had an argument with his parents about grades the night before.
Did he tell you that a friend of his had abruptly left the state?
He did mention that a friend of his had left. He didn't say the state, just wasn't attending school anymore.
Okay. Now, did you make a decision based upon your conversation with him to call Jennifer Crumbley?
I did.
Okay. Now, is that before or after you saw the original drawing?
I don't remember.
Okay. So during this conversation with the defendant's son, did you have the opportunity to look at the original drawing?
I did receive the original drawing in an email, probably 25 to 30 minutes after returning from class.
So this is Exhibit 74. It's already been admitted. This is the original drawing that was shared with you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about this drawing causes you concern as well?
This drawing also gave me a lot of concerns of suicide. When I looked at it and I saw one body, when I looked at it and saw words that were internalized of "the thoughts won't stop, help me," I started becoming concerned about the student's well-being and made the decision that I needed to involve parents.
Okay. So we had talked about checking with the teacher, checking with the student, calling the student in to the office, and a phone call to the parent. Now you decided to not just call the parent, but also call them in?
I did.
Okay. Now in the range of options with a counselor dealing with a parent, this is the highest option, would that be right?
This would definitely be up there, yes.
Okay. So when was that decision made? How long, let me ask you this, how long were you with the defendant's son before you made that decision to call his mother?
To the best of my memory, at least 20 minutes.
Okay, so in that 20-minute time span, though, you made the decision to bring her in.
I did.
Okay. Tell us how that happened.
I asked, I actually told the student what I was going to do. I said, here's where we're at, and here's what I have to do. And I let him know that in this case, I need to call your parents and get them involved because I want to make sure we get you help and support.
Okay.
I then gave student the option to choose which parent he wanted me to call. I do that quite frequently because it gives you an insight into the student a little bit of sometimes they might say, please don't call this parent. And student's response was it would be easier to get a hold of mom. So we called mom.
Okay. Now, did you tell him that you had concerns of suicidal ideation before you called Jennifer Crumbley?
I do not believe that I told him that, no.
And you indicated that you had seen in the fall of 2021 other aspects of suicidal ideation in other students?
Yes,
Okay. And you said even some students have even attempted suicide?
sadly, yes.
Okay. So you've had these sort of meetings where you call a parent in before?
I have.
Okay. And you said it was the defendant's son to call Jennifer Crumbley, or at least you'd have an easier time getting a hold of her?
Yeah, that was the statement. So I called mom, and I
Mom
believe,
being the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley?
yes, that is
Okay.
correct. And she was unable to answer that phone call. So I then asked,
Well, how do you know that? It went to voicemail?
yes,
Okay.
she did not answer
She
that
did not
phone
answer.
call.
Okay.
And so I asked the student if it was okay for me to call his dad, and he said yes. I called dad, and it sounded like there was an answer, but it was also kind of like just dead air on the phone.
Okay.
So I hung up, and a few moments later, I received a phone call back from Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay. Now, if I told you that we had phone logs admitted into evidence that showed you left a message for Jennifer Crumbley at 9:24 a.m., would that sound right to you?
That sounds about right, yes.
Okay. And then it appeared from those same records that she had called you back at 9:27 a.m. Does that also sound right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Tell us about that conversation between you and Jennifer Crumbley at 9:27 a.m.
I let her know that I had the student in my office and I had some concerns and was hoping that she would be able to come into the school.
Was that on your office line?
It was on my office line, yes.
Did you have the telephone to your ear, or was it speakerphone?
At that point, it was to my ear. And I believe that mom asked to speak with Ethan, or the student. So I then put it on speakerphone and allowed them to talk to each other as well.
Okay, tell me about that, please.
Mom asked the student what was going on. And he didn't really have much, just kind of.
Okay. Did you tell the defendant that you had a drawing you were going to send her, the math worksheet?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay.
And then I sent it to her,
Okay.
to her cell phone.
And did she comment on that drawing, the math worksheet to you while she was on the phone with you?
Not to my memory.
You indicated to Jennifer Crumbley that you needed her to come into the office. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Did she say, okay, I'll be right there? Or did she say something else?
She was hoping that Dad would be able to do it, that it would be difficult for her to get there, to leave work, and that she worked approximately 30 minutes from the school.
Okay. And that was 9:27 a.m. And when she told you that it'd be difficult for her to come there, was that on speakerphone?
I do not remember.
Okay. So what was from the records, it shows about a 5-minute phone call between you and Jennifer Crumbley at that point in time. Were you left with the impression that she was on her way then, or that you had to find another parent?
I was left with the impression that she was going to try and contact Dad, to have Dad come. And then approximately 10 minutes later, she called again saying that she was unable to get a hold of Dad, and that she would be on her way.
Okay. She being Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And you said you forwarded this Exhibit 74 to Jennifer Crumbley.
This was forwarded in the email.
Okay. And then this Exhibit 123 was also forwarded to her.
That was texted to her cell phone.
Texted Jennifer Crumbley's cell phone.
Yes.
Is this a good or bad time to break?
This would be fine.
Yeah, their lunch is here. So, Mr. Hopkins, you can't discuss your testimony with anyone before you return. Okay, right? And you can sit down. They'll come back at 1 o'clock. Okay. Right there, the other one.
Thank you, Jeff.
All rise for the jury.
Okay. Okay, 1 o'clock.
Thank you, Jeff.
Everybody please have a seat.
That last witness was obviously super straight. So another morning in the books. Another nothing at all. Not even remotely. At all. there's been no testimony that's implicated anyone in anything. Morning, Digger. She just whoop whoop with her hands. Could have, very well could have. But talk about having absolutely nothing. I don't understand. I mean, I understand what his thing is. Oh, there was problems with the kid and blah 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 blah. Well, again, you are the professional, or supposedly. So if anybody's gonna know what's going on, it should be, likely would be you. So the fact that you didn't even catch it doesn't, in my opinion, help their case any. It's yeah, I don't know. Still have yet to see anything that even remotely makes me think that mother was culpable in anything at all. Which I guess, I mean, I don't know. It's seeming more and more like it's just gonna be just throw whatever you can at the wall, see what sticks. And that is the strategy. Seems like it's emotional, seems like they're trying to yeah, to get an emotional response, and that's about it. I don't know if it's Michigan specific, but I'll speak on Michigan specifically because I know Michigan specifically. But that horse boarding world thing, again, that is like the most dramatic kind of bitchy mean girls type situation I think I've ever been a part of, ever. And I wasn't directly a part of it, just tangentially related, um, because I can ride a horse. But it's one of those communities that's really odd and kind of toxic. Yeah, I don't know. There's nothing here. They're just gonna keep pounding home the same bullshit over and over and over again. Shit was so stupid. Ethan is 100% the other one. I feel sorry for her 100%. So I was on expected you to. Oh wait, here's the. Yeah, as if I you do something innocuous and they overanalyze it and try and tell you what you're thinking, and I say no, I'm definitely that's definitely not where my brain's at. I'm thinking about boobies. Like, no, well, you're thinking about the way that this affects. No, I'm not. I think the math teacher is attractive. That's as far as my brain has gone. Please try and attribute more motive to my thought process than there is, because that's as far as it went. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's it's nuts. Like the whole barn culture and this person, like it is so ridiculous. Um yeah, it's but anyways, but you always have a Karen and they have the group. Yeah. Yep. Yep. They're they're one of the more toxic communities of people. Maybe it's just everybody is toxic and we're just all toxic and well, most people are all toxic. Maybe all communities are toxic. I don't know. Um, Exactly. And growing up in the low-cut jeans era, oh yeah, I mean, you got an ad? One, don't you have an ad blocker? And two, screw you, YouTube, for throwing ads on my shit. The same ads you won't pay me for because I'm not community friendly. I'm not community friendly, so you can't put ads on my content. But you put ads on my content. Oh, you don't have blocker on your TV? Gotcha. So, yeah, I don't see a huge revelation coming out of this. Yeah, he's gonna say he was a troubled youth. Obviously, he was troubled. He went and shot up a school. Like, he was obviously troubled. Like, nobody's contesting that. Again, these are uncontested facts of a really poor situation, really bad situation, where they're trying to make an example out of some parents, and they're gonna pay for it. And I personally am not okay with that. So, per usual, I'm gonna turn on Brian's music and grab some lunch real quick, and I'll come back. We'll hang out and get ready for the second half of this first day of the week. And then we'll kind of go from there. So let me find Brian's music. What did I name it? There we go. All right, I'll be back in a bit. Couple items of breaking news since we're in lunch break and still waiting for the court to return. First and foremost, looks like Alex Murdaugh will be getting a new trial. So they're going to retry Alex Murdaugh. That just came down. So that's interesting because we know how much of a mess that first one was. Anybody who watches the trials regularly knows very well how much of a mess that first one was. So that will be interesting. Second of note, this one's very interesting. There is unconfirmed reports at this time, but still reports that the Biden administration will be authorizing the Selective Service Act, starting with anybody born in 2003. So just again, unconfirmed, but just a report of what's likely coming in that neck of the woods with the whole war deal. I haven't heard anything officially, but some people are reporting unofficially that they plan to invoke the Secret Selective Service Act, if I can speak, which for those who don't know would constitute the draft. So that's also working its way through the news cycle right now. If there's any additional information, I'd be happy to report on it. Again, unconfirmed to this point, but it comes from a decent source. So, so yeah, exactly. Who does? No, they don't. Oh, YouTube? No, YouTube says I'm not advertiser friendly, so I can't put ads on videos. So if ads are coming up, that's YouTube being YouTube. It has nothing to do with me, unfortunately. I wish it did. But yeah. Let's see what else. Brian made it. Blame Brian. Rumble doesn't have the DMCA or copyright system that YouTube does, so we don't get takedowns or lose revenue or get strikes for literally everything we put up on Rumble. I've never got anything on Rumble ever, and I stream to both platforms, Rumble and YouTube, simultaneously, and X. X hasn't either. Well, yes, I agree. I never turn them on because it's not. I mean, it's not worth it to me, anyways. But let me see if I can explicitly tell them to go kick rocks. I don't think I can though. Let's see what's over here. Do. See if that helps. I don't think it will, but see if that helps. Oh, I wanted to turn off that while I'm in options. I wanted to turn off that thing on the side. How do I turn that thing off on the side? I know there's a way to do it because I did it before. Uh, allow. standard license. Blah, blah, blah. Comments on. Customization. Oh, live reactions. There we go. Uncheck. Perfect. So that thing on the side should be gone now. The hearts or whatever. Nobody cares about. More of a clown show than this one? So draft specifically, so they would recall, I assume they'd recall anybody who's a former soldier within a certain age. And then they will start in the United States when you turn 18. And it used to be males. I don't know if, you know, equity says that it's got to be females and males at this point. I haven't looked, to be honest, but on your 18th birthday, within so many days, you have to register for what we call the selective service. And the selective service is the draft for all intents and purposes. So when you, I know for sure it's males, U.S. male citizens, 18. You have so many days to register for selective service. And if you do not register, there's penalties, and the selective service is essentially our draft. So it's used in times of need or times of war, blah blah blah, all kinds of restrictions to it, but it is the pool of able-bodied, supposedly potential soldiers. So yeah, I would assume it's women, because the report I was reading said that it's all men and women starting with the birth year of 2003. So and who knows, why wouldn't you take, you would think you would take 2005, which would be 18 to start, but I don't know. I don't know why they would start, or where they would start. But essentially, yeah, you would recall anyone who is still, because after you leave the military, you're still on, or most people stay on a reserve contract. So you're still not active, but you would go reserve and then blah blah blah. But I think the age group, that the targeted age group is 18 to 35 in the United States. I'm pretty sure that's how the selective service reads and acts. So it would be, you would think the younger groups first, and then fill, and of course there's medicals, there's all kinds of screenings, there's all kinds of things that go on after, like post registration. So that plays into account too. So they're obviously not gonna take everybody. I don't know what the cutoff's gonna be for different things, but should be interesting. So it will be interesting if true. And again, it's at this point it's an unconfirmed report, but comes from what has been a pretty credible source in the past. So I agree. What? I don't know. Damn. I did for the. I mean, I have every day for the trial, so it seems like it. Seems like it. I'm pretty sure it's 18 to 35. Yeah, and they can expand that. So they can expand that. No, it's for the trial. It's for using ABCW whatever for the trial. They should. They should. Yeah. that's probably the most likely. If you have a D next to your name, you're safe. If there's an R, then get ready to go to Chirac or Iraq or Iran. Yeah. Yep. So, and I'm trying to find something a little bit more concrete, but it's probably I don't know that we're gonna see anything. I don't know that we're gonna see anything until it officially drops. Retaliatory strikes on Iran, that kind of information. So it's not out of the question. Hang on. Yeah, I'm looking for something more concrete, but I don't know that. Hell, who knows? He might be calling him up for Texas. And apparently, it's driven by the fact that we're considering direct strikes in Iran. So let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything official from any government source, but that's not uncommon. We often don't. So okay. I didn't hear that at all. Do you? Oh, you're at work, aren't you? Really? Oh, absolutely. It's Josh, we've just gotten so far from what we signed up for in the beginning. Like this is not the government or the administration or what we signed up to protect and defend. I didn't sign up to defend Ukraine. I didn't sign up to defend Israel. I signed up to defend the homeland in the United States of America. And if it goes outside of that, then no, I don't think there's any dereliction of duty or I don't think you're a traitor or, anything like that. I just think that it's complete and utter bullshit. And I think that a lot of these administrations take advantage of patriots that fought for this nation, and it's utter bullshit in my opinion. But YouTube has been censoring like crazy, like bad crazy. And they won't even. So I found if you type something, so if you write something out, and then you try and change it to get rid of the word, change it to unalived instead of what Miss Smith said in court, they still won't let it go through. Or if you try and change the word completely or take the word out, they're still censoring that future chain of message. So it seems like the censorship has gotten a little bit harder to get around. So crazy world. Those that sort of protect and uphold the Constitution are honored when they do so. Well, and then not to make this overly that direction, but we have an obligation to stand up against a tyrannical government. So we have an obligation not just to oppose what's going on, but to stop it at any means necessary. That's also written in that big, beautiful document. So if it keeps going like this, it's our duty, it's our oath to our country. We have no allegiance to a political party. We have an allegiance to the country and the Constitution, not a political party, not a leader, not Donald Trump, not Joe, not any of them. Our allegiance should lie with the United States of America and the U.S. Constitution. So they don't censor or control it, delete themselves. No, they don't. Dad served 20 years. Now he's jumped the ropes to get his VA healthcare pension. Yeah, they also don't take care of soldiers after we're out of service, and that's also incredibly frustrating. So, partisanship has ravaged our society. Yes, it has. Yep. And the most fucked up part is it's all uniparty. They're all the same thing. Like nobody's on our side. They're on the side of enrichment and doing what's best for them. So but I digress. We're trying to wait for this completely unconstitutional prosecution here instead of talking about the completely unconstitutional constitutional government. It blocks Linux commands. That's neat. I can kind of see why, but because I'm sure that their bot or their algo runs off something somewhere. Courts were our only protection, and they're mostly abandoned the principles. Yeah, the court system I think it's been hit. Fair and impartial's gone. It's it's uh it's in large part just another partisan activity, um, with disingenuous people that are trying to reach political ends. That's why, I mean, you just look at our Supreme Court and you look at some of the rulings by the Supreme Court, and are they truly unpartisan when you have straight party line votes for every single case that comes down? Um, it kind of defeats the purpose of a nonpartisan body deciding laws of the land. So I don't think the courts were ever fair and impartial. I think we just told ourselves they are. Well, and that's did our system, I mean, I would assume at some point our system worked. Like, it was built for a reason. It was built with specific purpose in mind. But did it ever truly really work? Was it the ideals that we expected, or just the ones that we hoped? Yeah, work on faith. Yeah, was it a faith-based hope where we're like, yeah, I feel like this is the way it's gonna work, so I'm sure it's working like this. Is that kind of where we're at? Court should be back in the next moment or two here. And then I'll stop rambling about Civil War. Back when honor was something most men would die for. Yeah. Um, and I contend that a lot of these things, a lot of these trials we watch, a lot of the things we take in, a lot of the issues, societal issues that we face today are in very large part, because not a single person has personal accountability anymore. And any of these positions of power or any of these positions of leadership or anything, there's no accountability for any of these people. They just work with impunity and personal enrichment. Honor and morals no longer exist in this society. No, not at all. Not at all. Not even a little bit. Which is scary because, I mean, we see the effects and the impact that has on us now. What's the effect and impact that it has on us for the next generation after that? Um, and is this correctable? Is this something that, even if we did fight a bloody civil war over principle, is this something that's correctable, or is it too embedded where we'd have a hard time kicking it out anyways? Um, so, because thoughts and ideas never die, they don't have a living host. But we're raising a fragile generation. War doesn't have safe spaces. Exactly. And war's not going to be what they think. So God was actually an influence on our country at one point. It was. It was. I have to agree with that too. I think God and the whole religious movement has been exploited by horrific people that use it as a cover. They use it as a cover for some pretty gnarly shit, if we're being honest. And I don't think that benefits anyone. So it's true. It's true. Yep. Wasn't the point to move towards a softer future? I mean, well, could have been. They don't let me into planning meetings anymore, or ever. But or do we want our kids to go to war? So when you have an economy that's as big and powerful and based on defense contractors and military industrial complex and defense spending as much as ours is, it is incredibly difficult to get away from just that as a principle. So unless you're going to completely remove massive portions of it, then I think it becomes tough to kind of tough to separate things. So I think you hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Resilience is never a bad thing to have. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think it's important to be prepared for whatever's coming. And obviously, war is not fun. it's not going to be a good time. If you never experienced suffering, you don't know what to fight against. I think that's true too. I think that everything's way too soft and coddled, and few have been through true suffering, or through a situation where, and some have, but I feel like experiences harden a person and make them better for it. I think there's a lot of stock in what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And I've done a lot of dumb shit where I probably should have been on the other side of that one. So I must be really strong. It's been a driving factor in tech boom. Well, the tech boom. So here's another edge to that. And court's not back, or I would just take you over to court. But we were always going to inevitably end up here. See, I think that we fell behind. We rested largely on our laurels, and we fell behind in many areas, whether it be technology or education or whatever. And we assumed that we could just, for eternity, just keep throwing money at things and everything would be fine. And we're finding out that, maybe not. So you're always going to rest on your laurels, but I think that's what it takes to be a highly successful person and a highly successful nation. Is you can't. You have to continue. You have to continue forward, continue developing, continue to learn, and continue to get better with every day. Because if not, you're stagnant. You just sit there. And stagnation kills nations. So nobody wants to try to do the shit of our forefathers did, so you inevitably have an appear after such a generation. Well, I think that there's a I don't think it's all nefarious. I think there's a decent effort for people to want better for the next generation than they had it. So if I can make it a little bit better for my kids, then I win, or I've been successful, or I've lived a good life, or whatever the case is. But in doing so, we had such a jump of comfort, that it was hard to maintain the challenge of wanting to fight for it. Now that's the pre-boomer thinking to our kids. I mean, I want my sons to have a better life than I did. But I feel like it's not. I feel like it's not as much of. Well, I grew up with 3 game systems, so they should have 12. Like, I don't think that's it. I think that they should still have to go through trials and tribulations and struggle and become better. Um, I think where we can help is not even not letting them make the same errors, but not giving them the information to make an informed decision about the next set of errors, so they're not making an unnecessary error. So if they can do it without X, Y, and Z, then isn't it better for everybody? And that's kind of my thought on what our goal is and what our role is as raising the next generation. Just make the information available based on the mistakes you made to try to not have to reconcile the same mistakes over and over again. Like, because then I think you have new challenges and new problems, and everybody gets better. I think that's the main takeaway from it, for me at least. So, your kids are already having a better life. I know my childhood was shit, so that really wasn't hard. My parents were not exactly great people, so it wasn't tough to make it better than I had it. But yeah, I think you just give them the knowledge and the understanding and information, and ultimately it's up to. We're all humans. It's all up to you. I think that there's a feeling all generations have. The previous generation screwed everything up. They don't know how hard it was to build. I think that too. I certainly think that too. And you know, uh, we get the boomers and zoomers, and these people are this and blah blah blah, and like there's a natural hatred for the. I wouldn't even say hatred, but disdain for the previous generation. And I think that comes down to humanity as a whole. There are so many people that don't give a damn about the next person. And I think if we were more amenable to helping each other instead of trying to step on people to get ahead, then I think the world would be such a better place, leaps and bounds. Because we're all, and when I say we're all, I mean a good portion or a good chunk are so hell bent on making themselves better, when I would rather make the whole group better, because then that raises, because I want to be the best. Like I'm a very competitive person. I enjoy that competition. I have that kind of system of thought, but I don't want to face shit. I don't want to face people that can barely get out of bed in the morning. I would rather face the best by bringing up the best and then having to raise my game to be that much better. I think it's a motivational thing where if I can do it, then I've made everybody down the line better, and it makes my competition better, and then I'm so much better than I started. And I think people just want the easy way out. Let's destroy this guy, and then to hell with him. There's no competition. I can just sit back and enjoy it, and that's not me. I want the next and the next and the next, and let's keep rolling, and let's keep making it better. So I'm sure you blame boomers. So think about my father lived to 103. Damn. I was able to hear about his struggles in the way of life and had deep respect for him. Yeah. And another thing that I've always been big on, and just ask my wife if you don't believe me, I will take time out of my day to not to talk. I don't, despite the fact that I talk on this shit for hours a day, I don't talk. I listen to people. I love to hear people's stories. I love to hear how they got here. I love to hear what they want to tell you. There's nothing better to me than listening to someone's story and how they got there. Um, especially like when we're traveling, the my my wife will take the kids and, like, for example, it's normally at like I love talking to old war guys. So we'll go to the went to Warner Robins in Georgia, the Air Force Base. And I talked to this guy, this former soldier, retired soldier that's now volunteering. And I don't know if you know how big Warner Robins is. I think it's the biggest or second biggest uh, aircraft museum in the world. It's massive. It's huge. It's a huge footprint. But my wife and kids had explored the entire exhibit before I was done talking to the guy at the front. So the entire museum. Just because I enjoy talking to people. I enjoyed listening to people more than talking. I'm just some asshole. I don't really have much to tell. But I enjoy listening and I enjoy taking it in, and I feel like it makes me a better person because I'm like, oh damn, like, now I know more about this or about that, or I just think it's important. I think it's really important to listen to people. And so that's a long way around of me saying that there's people don't take the time to listen to people. They're just like, no, let me talk about me, or let me do this, or let me do that. And just listen. You might learn something. You might get a new perspective. You might, yeah. So that's always been something that bothers me, is people that are me. I'd love to learn a little bit about you. Love to hear about you. So, well, there's a long end around a short story. Now I feel like a boomer. We're still waiting on court, by the way. I haven't just rambled for the past half an hour and forgot about court. Video feed's still not up, so as soon as it does, I would be happy to send you guys over there. But that's really cool. I appreciate you sharing that, because that's cool.
Don't put him on the spot, but we quickly ask him.
I don't think that I'm allowed to do that.
I didn't know if you were.
She's asking for the courtroom to be cleared out. Sorry, it came up very quickly.
I can talk, you mean with the juror here? You know what, I can.
Oh, a juror issue.
Ask if there's any. Can you find out if anybody has recording in their office? I think some people in the, some family court judges have recording in their office because when they interviewed kids about
That's-
placement.
That's correct.
I never had that when I was a family court judge, but some people, I think Joan Young used to have it. So I can figure that out maybe. It's sort of less intimidating, right?
Yeah, I don't want to intimidate them by any means, but I think it's important we make a record.
It's possible judge can't.
So apparently there's some issue with a juror,
All right,
is my anticipation of what was just said.
okay. So I'm gonna bring, right now I'm gonna bring the jury in, okay? We're gonna check. Right?
We're checking on the availability of a little room or?
I'm seeing if there is a judge in this
Oh, got
courthouse who has video. Oh, she does? Judge Brennan does. How'd you find that out so quick?
Probably Doug McDonald as well.
It's Ashley. Ashley's a superstar.
When would you like me to do this? Can I do it at the end of the day?
Sure, that's fine.
Isn't it gonna freak her out when I take her down to Judge Brennan's courtroom? She might think we're going to Judge Warren's courtroom.
Your Honor, I would ask if we could do it sooner than later, just so that there's not any chance that if there is an issue, she could taint any of our other judges.
Okay, I'm just gonna bring her in then,
All right
'cause
for the jury?
So it seems that there's a issue with one of the jurors. I don't know what that issue is, but that certainly seems to be what the communication is.
all right, I'm going to ask all of you to exit with the exception of juror number 5. Juror in seat 5, okay? My clerks are like, what the heck is she doing? So it's really. Yeah, just for a few minutes, just for a few minutes.
Defense crane her neck when she
Don't
mentioned.
worry. Don't worry. All right, you may be seated.
I'm just gonna mute so we can hear.
I don't want to make you nervous. What's that? What's that? Well, the jury's never on here, right?
Yeah, I'm not showing that, but I just want to make sure the audio part. I've got my hand over the lens, Your Honor.
Okay,
So, but it's just these proceedings right here are off camera, if you want, ma'am.
I would love it. I don't know if I'm yet allowed to ask you to do that, though. Am I allowed to ask you to do that? I'm still maintaining a public courtroom, so I think I am. Thank you, thank you. So you're off, right? This will
Yes,
take
ma'am.
just a second, thank you. I just wanted to ask you, I think last week.
Oh shit! I was like, Zoom is not, but it appears that they turned it off. So it should be fairly quick. They said it. Or she did say it was going to be relatively quick. I don't know what the jury issue would have been, though. I mean, if they have a mistrial, win for the defense. Judge asked if someone is off. Yeah, I assume that was the news station. Because he said the camera's off, just not the audio. And she said, I don't know if I can ask you to do that, blah, blah, blah. So, so I assume we'll be back relatively shortly. I don't think it's going to take a long time, but that might have been a delay at lunch. I assume there must have been some kind of interaction potentially. I don't know. What else? It's hard telling what else it could be. So I guess we sit and we wait. I have no insight. You say shortly, like 4'6" or taller. No, like Hayden's height, like 5'6". He claims to be, so like 5'2" or taller. which is more like it. Yeah, I have no idea. There's nothing written. I would imagine that they got some kind of information that the juror had some kind of improper, accidental improper communication, but I have no idea. Yeah, really short then. Yeah. Like way too short to be a respectable male. Like that kind of height.
Mr. Hopkins.
Oh, great.
We have audio back. Not sure.
Be seated. We're going to continue Mr. Hopkins' testimony. Okay.
Maybe it's resolved.
You are Sean Hopkins,
Yes,
and you are Stone Girl. Okay.
understood.
Okay. You can be seated. Go ahead. Pastor.
Oh, I forgot about this guy.
Okay. Mr. Hopkins, when we broke for lunch, we were talking about the phone conversation you had with Jennifer Crumbley when you called her into the school.
Yes,
Okay. So that morning, did both Jennifer and James Crumbley come to the school?
they did.
Okay, do you recall approximately what time?
I believe it was around 10:30.
Okay. Now, if I were to tell you that we had video surveillance that showed that you welcomed them to your office at 10:40, would that sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay. So walk us through what happened from the time that you were notified that James and Jennifer Crumbley were there to the time that you went and welcomed them.
So when I was notified that they were there, I had actually texted Mr. Ejak to please come back to my office. He had been present for a majority of the meeting until we confirmed the parents were arriving, and then asked him to return. I then went out to the lobby of the counseling office area to greet the parents.
Okay. So from the phone call where you actually spoke with Jennifer Crumbley was 9:27 a.m. From that point, 9:27 a.m. until 10:40 a.m., where was the defendant's son?
In my office.
Okay. And what was going on there?
There was conversation between myself, the defendant's son, and Mr. Ejak was there as well until approximately 10 a.m. During that time, I was still trying to affirm that parents would be able to arrive, and I was talking with the student about really what I was going to be sharing with his parents.
Okay. And tell me, sir, what was your expectation of the result of that meeting that you called?
My hope was that they would set a plan to get help for their son.
Okay. Was your expectation that they would take their son home?
That was my hope.
Your hope. Okay. So at 10:40 a.m., you welcome them into your office. Tell me what happens next.
We walked back into my office. The student was in there. And then mom and dad sat down. There were 3 seats in my office, 2 directly across from me, and then one that was kind of off the corner of my desk a little more. The student was in one of the 2 across from me. Dad sat in one of those, and mom sat in the one that was more at a diagonal from where I was.
When the defendant and her husband walked into the office, did they approach their son?
Not to my memory, no.
Okay. Did either one of them hug their son?
No.
So who started the meeting?
I believe I did. And I went over some of the things that I had talked through over the past 2 days with their son. I wanted to confirm some things I wasn't sure of, so I confirmed with mom that she did receive a voicemail from Miss Fine the day before. and just confirmed that what was stated in that meeting was true. And mom confirmed that she received it and that was true. And then I went over some of the things that I had received messages of from the teachers over the past 2 days.
Okay. Now, when you were asking Jennifer Crumbley to confirm that information, was she sharing any additional information with you?
Not to my memory, no.
Now, describe Jennifer Crumbley's demeanor when she walked into your office.
She sat down in the chair, felt a little bit distant.
What do you mean by that?
More just kind of like, it felt like it was a little bit of an inconvenience to be there.
Okay, you testified that you had to have these meetings in the past.
Yes.
Was this meeting similar to those meetings or was it different?
Your Honor, objection to relevance.
Judge, it's relevant because the crux of this case is the defendant's failure to use ordinary care to avoid a tragedy. And her failure to use just ordinary care contributed to her failure to adhere to her parental responsibilities, which is her duty under Michigan law. It's all part of gross negligence.
Well, I guess it was the meeting unusual in any way? How many meetings like this have you had with parents in general?
Dozens.
Dozens, okay. So, I mean, people react differently to, no one's very excited about coming to this school about their child, right?
I would agree.
But this wasn't a discipline issue though, was it, sir?
No.
Okay. In fact, you had indicated, Jennifer Crumbley, that you had concerns with suicidal ideation.
I had concerns for his well-being, absolutely.
And you communicated that to Mrs. Crumbley before she got there?
Yes,
And yet still it was different than the dozens of meetings you've had in the past?
I would agree.
All right. So you said that this defendant's son sat directly across from you. James Crumbley was in a chair next to him. Jennifer Crumbley was off to your side.
I don't remember which chair student and dad were in.
That's
I know
fine.
they were both across from me, and Jennifer Crumbley was off to the side a little bit
Okay.
more.
So you were asking them to confirm the voicemail, information left in the voicemail November the 29th, the day before?
Yes.
Okay, specifically what information were you asking them to confirm?
I asked first that they received the voicemail because I didn't know at that point whether they had or not. And then I asked to confirm the details of the voicemail, which were that shooting guns were a hobby that they undertook as a family and that they had went to the range over the weekend.
Okay. Did you tell Jennifer Crumbley that her son expressed to you his own feelings of his friend leaving the state?
I did mention that, yes.
Okay, and what else did you mention?
I mentioned the conversations I had with the student of the friend leaving, that the student was sad about that, the dog, family dog passing, grandparent of COVID being hard, and all of those which were told to me by the student were also confirmed by the parents.
Now, when you say confirmed, I take it that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but this didn't catch Jennifer Crumbley by surprise.
It did not feel as though it was new information to the
Okay.
parents.
All right. Now, you testified that it was your hope that they would take him home that day. What do you mean by that?
I wanted to make sure the student was able to get the support that I felt was needed, and I was wanting it to be as soon as possible.
Okay. Did you feel like that he could be left alone at that point?
I did not want him left alone at that point. In fact, that's why I kept him in my office until I could make contact with parents.
Okay. And you communicated that to the defendant?
I do not remember if I communicated that to the defendant.
Okay. So when you discussed, well, first of all, did you communicate your hope that they take him home to the defendant?
Yes, my words were, I wanted to be seen as soon as possible, today if possible. And I actually provided a list of mental health resources and handed that to mom.
Now, when you say a list of mental health resources, could you explain a little bit more what that means?
Yeah, it was multiple pages of different services throughout the area, what they specialized in, whether they accepted insurance or not, and contact information for those different therapeutic options.
Okay, and that was actually provided to the defendant and her husband?
I handed it to mom.
Now, when you communicated your expectation, what was Jennifer Crumbley's response?
I didn't feel as if it was going to be an absolute no, but it was made quite clear that it wasn't possible to do it that day.
Why do you say it was made clear it wasn't possible to do it that
That
day?
they had to return to work and they were unable to do it that day.
So who said that?
Mom.
Mom is in Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
Did she speak for James or did James speak as well?
I don't remember James speaking on that topic.
So what happened next?
My comment was, then I said, I'd like to see him as soon as possible. Today is possible. I was told today is not possible. So I said, is 48 hours possible? I will be following up.
In those dozens of meetings in the past, had anyone ever said that they couldn't have their son go with them that day?
I had not had that happen in a
Your
situation.
Honor,
like
I
that.
would object to the relevance.
It's the same response as the last objection.
Okay, well, I guess you'd want to back up even further. Had you ever asked parents to take their child home with them that day? Have you ever requested that before?
I've encouraged parents to be able to get their son and or daughter help and therapy. I had never had it where it was feeling like I needed to push to make it happen.
And you say the feeling like you needed to push to make it happen, that's what you're experiencing November the 30th, 2021.
That is correct.
Okay. So tell me what's going on through your mind at this point.
I was a little caught off guard and a little confused because it was something that I wasn't really expecting that type of response. Especially
Exactly,
when
Alicia. I mean, there's all
parents
kinds of laws in
came,
Michigan. They
and
could have.
in fact, both parents came, which I wasn't
Could've.
expecting, nor did I request. I was a little surprised at their willingness to come, but then not completely follow through.
Okay. Now, you told the defendant and her husband that your opinion was this drawing showed suicidal ideation, right?
That was my opinion, and I did not. I saw it as somebody who was showing signs that could be associated with suicide, and so I took that, and out of just an abundance of caution, wanted to make sure that the student was able to get help.
Okay. But you communicated that to the defendant.
I did.
Did you specifically ask them to take him home that day?
I did not specifically ask them to take them home. I asked them to take
What
him
the hell?
to get help and therapeutic help.
Now, when it was made clear to you that Jennifer Crumbley was not going to take her son home, and neither was James, what is your next step?
My next step was to try and
Trying to
figure
act like
what
he's
is best for the student
such
in
a
front of me
good-
in this moment.
Okay. And
Such a good
tell me about your decision process.
resource or person,
When I looked
but
through
this
it,
is all
it was
hindsight.
clear they weren't going to take him that day. So my first thought was, I don't want him alone. I want to make sure somebody who's experiencing,
Why didn't you want him alone?
because I don't want a student who may be suicidal alone.
I cut you off. Please continue.
I
Why?
then, after determining I didn't want him alone, I went through different options of what needed to happen. At that point, the student had requested to be able to stay in class. And parents were on board with him staying in class as a good placement. I was with our dean, who would be the person who does discipline. And of the 4 adults in the room, I'm the one who can't remove a student from class. So I asked our dean if there was any reason from a discipline standpoint or anything that he needed to do from a discipline standpoint that would prevent the student from returning to class.
In the response there?
No.
So you told us that you were taken aback. You were a bit confused by the response of the defendant. And now you moved on to your next decision with the information in front of you. Is that when you turned to Mr. Ejak and requested information regarding discipline?
It is.
Okay. And how did the meeting end? Tell us about that.
The meeting at that point ended fairly abruptly.
What do you mean by that?
Well, at that point, we had a student wanting to return to class. I knew that he wasn't going to be able to be removed to go get therapy that day. So I was kind of left with an option of, okay, this student, I can't keep a student from class if there isn't a reason to keep him from class.
Also, there wasn't
I
a reason?
asked if there was a discipline reason, and it, once we had kind of gotten to that point, I allowed the student to go back to class, based on the information I had, and then mom asked if we were done. At
Those
that
were her
point.
words, are we done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
What was your response to that?
My response was, I guess so.
Now, you let her son go back to class before James and Jennifer left your office, is that right?
There was a short time overlap of maybe 1 minute.
So tell us what happened when it was communicated to the defendant's son that he could go back to class and he left. What happened in that time span?
There wasn't anything noteworthy or different than any other student I've had leave my office. I wrote a pass to allow him back into the classroom. And he had his belongings and went to class.
When he left, did either James or Jennifer hug him?
Not to my memory, no.
Did they say anything to him?
Not to my memory.
Did you say anything to him?
I did.
What did you say?
When I handed him his pass, I just let him know that I cared about him.
And why did you say that?
Because I do. Like I did. It was an hour and a half with a student who
Gross.
sad, with a student that we were talking about future plans.
Now, in the time span from when you wrote him a pass and went back to his class, and James and Jennifer were still there, did they continue discussion without him?
I don't remember any.
Okay, so what happened next?
I had handed them the
Right. No
sheet
reason to
with
keep them out of
referrals,
class,
and,
then-
to my memory, they gathered up belongings and left.
The hell?
Now, what was your plan as far as follow-up had this attack not happened?
My plan as far as follow-up was I was going to meet with the student the next morning to see if there had been more discussions and more plans about getting help. And then if there had not, my plan was to call Child Protective Services.
Now, how long would you say the meeting lasted from beginning to end?
Less than 15 minutes.
All right. And again, was that typical or atypical from these meetings that you've been in before?
Objection.
Same response, sir.
In your experience, how long do these meetings usually last?
They vary. I mean, I've had some where parents came, got their kids, and it was 5 minutes. I've had some where we were in my office for an hour.
So the instances where they grabbed their kid, that was quick,
Could be, yes,
but when they spoke and talked through things, it was much longer.
yes.
We have one more here. Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hopkins.
Good afternoon.
My name is Shannon. I represent Mrs. Crumbley. When I'm asking questions today, if I ask anything confusing, can you please slow me down and let me know?
I will do so.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. It's true that you are licensed as a school counselor, correct?
That is correct.
What does it mean to be licensed as a school counselor, or what does one have to do to obtain a license?
You have to graduate with a degree from an accredited university and meet all the standards of the state of Michigan to become a school counselor.
And obviously you did that.
Yes.
Can you give us the example and some examples of the standards?
I have to meet the required trainings based on hours over a certain period of years.
Do you recall how many hours or?
Well, they're broken up into specific categories, but in totality, it's on top of the degree, 150 hours every 5 years.
150 every 5 years. And you just mentioned that they're broken up into categories. Can you just give us a quick idea of what these categories are?
Yep, some are based on college. They have to be hours specific towards helping students get to college. Some are based on careers and some are more general.
Are any of those based on suicide prevention or danger at school or discipline?
Those hours are not, but a degree in counseling is.
Aside from receiving your degree and those 150 hours of training, or hours that you had to obtain your license, did you have any other additional training
or continuing type education regarding becoming a counselor? Or,
Yes.
okay, tell us about that.
The training is continual and goes well above and beyond 150 hours. It's oftentimes based on school need and oftentimes based on what is important in the profession.
And when you were testifying, did you say you graduated in 2012?
No,
I'm sorry, 2009?
I graduated undergrad in 2009, master's in 2015.
I'm sorry, okay, master's in 15. And at what point did you become licensed? Were you licensed, what year?
I passed the school counseling exam in the summer of 2014.
Okay, so starting in summer of 2014, you had to do at least 150 hours every 5-year period, correct?
When I was hired in 2015 and had the full licensure, I did 5 years, renewed my license in 2020.
Did you do the 150 hours or did you do more hours?
More.
Can you give us an idea of how many hours?
It's significantly more.
Okay, when you say significantly more, are you talking double the number of hours, 50 extra hours?
I wouldn't keep track of all the hours that far beyond, but significantly more.
Okay, I understand, I just don't know.
More than 200.
More than 200, okay. And then, again, you've continued since that time when you renewed your license in 2020 to keep getting more and more hours, correct?
Correct.
So by 2021, it's fair to say you had over the 150 hours you needed, the additional hours you talked about, and then you had already started moving on into the 150 you would need for renewing your license for the next 5 years.
Yes,
Okay, did I say all that right?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Now, when I want to go back through the exhibits that Mr. Keast admitted while you were on the stand, and if you need to see any of the exhibits, please let me know. I'm going to start with 155, which were the emails that started off with Miss is it DeRiker?
It is DeRiker.
DeRiker. Do you need to see that in order to?
I would like to see that.
Okay,
Yes, please.
Your Honor, may I put it up on the screen, what's been admitted?
Sure, I'm sorry, what is the number?
This is going to be number 155. And I just need to.
Okay.
Okay, so number 155, do you recall seeing this exhibit when Mr. Keast was speaking with you?
Yes, he showed the bottom email portion.
Okay, and the bottom email is from May 13th of 2021, correct?
That is correct.
And the issue on this day was a teacher wanted you to speak to Mrs. Crumbley's son to see how he's doing because he was failing class and trying to sleep all the time, correct?
Yes, it states he is failing my class and tries to sleep all the time.
Now, on this issue, on May 13th of 2021, I may have missed it. You don't recall meeting with Mrs. Crumbley's son to see what was going on, do you?
Yes, they
I do
did,
not
Bobby.
have memory of this meeting.
Do you not have memory of the meeting, or did you not meet with him? Do you even know?
I do not have memory of the meeting. Evidence that has been researched suggests that I did meet with him.
At that time, in May of 2021, you did not call Mrs. Crumbley to discuss this falling asleep and failing a class, correct?
To my memory, I did not.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the next exhibit, which is number 156. Okay, and it's popping up on the screen. So number 156, this is from September of 2021. So a couple of months later, correct?
Yes, and the next school year.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. So the May would have been the end of one school year and September would be the beginning of the next school year.
Yes,
Okay, in September, on September 8th of 2021 specifically, the Spanish teacher asked you to check in with Mrs. Crumbley's son because he had written a poem that said he felt terrible that his family is a mistake, correct?
yes, that is what she wrote in the email.
Now, on this occasion, in September of 2021, did you speak with Mrs. Crumbley's son?
No,
You did not. Okay, so then it would also be fair to say that you did not call Mrs. Crumbley herself and let her know that this concern had taken place.
yes, as I stated earlier, I followed through with the teacher on
Okay,
this concern, and she gave me further clarification of what had occurred.
okay, so at the end of the day, after further clarification, all said and done, this September 8th date, you did not place a phone call to Mrs. Crumbley.
Correct.
You did not email her or, I suppose, communicate with her in any way, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going a couple months later, we saw exhibit 157, and I'm gonna go ahead and put that up on the screen. Now, 157 is the emails dated, it looks like November 10th of 2021. This was an email from the Spanish teacher to you indicating that Mrs. Crumbley's son is having a rough time and may need to speak with you, correct?
Yes, that she writes he is having a rough time right now. He might need to speak with you.
And on this occasion, you did speak with Mrs. Crumbley's son, correct?
I did.
This was the occasion where you saw him in the hallway and had a conversation with him, correct?
Yes, I caught him during passing time where there were a couple of minutes in between classes and let him know that if he needed someone to talk to, that I would be there.
Okay, so you talked to him, offered support, let him know where he could find you, correct?
Correct.
Now, on this occasion, where he could find you, correct?
Correct.
Now, on this occasion, on November 10th of 2021, after speaking with Mrs. Crumbley's son, you did not call Mrs. Crumbley, correct?
I did not.
You did not email Mrs. Crumbley about what took place with her son, correct?
I did not contact her in any way based on this email.
Now I'm gonna go to November 29th of 2021. This was admitted as People's Exhibit 158. Okay, I've got it up on the screen. And this appears to be an email chain between you and Mrs. Cabina, is that correct?
Yes, she sent me, this is actually just saying that she forwarded the message. This is not the message.
I apologize. This message, however, that's forwarded makes you aware that Mrs. Crumbley's son was looking at different bullets in his first hour class, correct?
Yes, I do not have that email in front of me right now.
You
So
know-
I don't have the exact wording. There it is.
I'm sorry, it's page 2, so I just had to
Thank
scroll down.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's alerting our Dean of Students and Ms. Fine that there was a student in first hour who was on his phone looking at different bullets at the end of the hour.
Now, on this date, on November 29th, 2021, you did witness Miss Fine leaving a voicemail, letting Mrs. Crumbley know what happened, correct?
That is correct. I witnessed Ms. Fine calling Ms. Crumbley and then leaving a voicemail regarding a conversation that happened during school.
And this jury has already heard the voicemail. we can agree that there is no request by Ms. Fine or the school that Mrs. Crumbley return the call, correct?
I don't remember the voicemail because I have not listened to it. It would not be odd to me if there was a request or not a request.
Thank you. Now, in that voicemail, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna ask you about the voicemail. At the time of this issue of looking up bullets, you and Pamela Fine discussed this issue, correct?
What do you mean by discussed? I'm not sure I understand.
I'm assuming and asking, did you and Ms. Fine discuss the fact that Mrs. Crumbley's son was looking up bullets?
Are you asking in reference before the student arrived?
Yes, before or when the student arrived, either.
There was not much time between me getting there and the student arriving. The context of the meeting was largely led by Ms. Fine to gain an understanding from the student's perspective of what was going on at the end of the hour. First, to see if he was going to be forthcoming with the truth, and then to see what was actually going on and what his reasons for doing so were.
And when you guys spoke with him about the bullets, there was also discussion about other things people may look up on the internet that are not illegal, but just not appropriate during school hours, correct?
There was discussion about school appropriate behavior, yes.
And overall, Mrs. Crumbley's son was told looking at bullets not appropriate for school, correct?
Yes, looking at bullets is not appropriate during school.
And beyond that, there was no further disciplinary action taken by the school other than just a notification, phone call, voicemail to Mrs. Crumbley.
To my knowledge, but I would not be the one making the disciplinary decisions.
As far as you know, though, that was the end of it.
That was the end of my involvement in it.
Okay. Now I'm gonna turn to exhibit 159. This was admitted when you testified, and this is an email that appears to be between Allison Karpinski and this was sent to you by Ms. Karpinski. Do you recall this email?
I do.
Now, this email is dated on November 30th, 2021.
Yes.
Correct? And no, we agree, November 30th, 2021 is the day that ultimately becomes the shooting, the day of the shooting.
Yes.
And this email was sent at 8:05 a.m. by the teacher to you.
Yes.
And specifically mentions that Mrs. Crumbley's son was watching videos on his phone of a guy gunning down people, correct?
It says that today he is watching videos of his phone of a guy gunning down people, and to continue, she writes, it looks like a movie scene and not security footage / a real event.
Okay, so she represented that it looked like a movie scene. It doesn't look like a real event. Okay, but she mentioned that it's definitely still concerning, correct?
Yeah, she says when taking into account some of his other behaviors, that she found it definitely still concerning.
Now, when did you become aware that Mrs. Crumbley's son was watching these concerning videos?
When I read the email.
At 8:05 in the morning?
I did not read the email at 8:05. I believe I read it approximately 30 minutes later.
Okay, so you would have read this email at approximately 8:30 that morning.
Around that time, yes.
Now, when you read the email at 8:30 that morning, you did not call Mrs. Crumbley's son down to the office to ask him about these videos, correct?
I was on the phone at the time with other parents.
So you did not call Mrs. Crumbley's son down to ask him about the videos. That's fair, correct?
I did as soon as I was able to.
Okay, so there's a time lapse between when you got the email and when you were able to speak with Mrs. Crumbley's son.
Yes,
Now, when you spoke to Mrs. Crumbley's son, you did not ask him to bring up the videos and let you watch what he was watching, correct?
correct. I asked him what he was watching.
And you relied on the information he provided to you about what he was watching.
Exactly as I would if I asked him to show me the videos, yes.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what that means.
I was relying on him to provide the information, which would be the same as if I had asked him to show the videos.
Okay, but if you saw the videos, you would know specifically what they look like. You are instead relying on what Mrs. Crumbley's son says was on the videos, correct?
Yes, I asked him what they were and he told me what they were. And I relied on the information he gave me.
When he told you what the videos were, the information you relied on, did he tell you where he obtained those videos from?
No,
Do you have any idea, or did you ask how long he was looking at those videos for?
I did not.
Now, on November 30th, so about an hour after the time period we just discussed, that was when Miss Morgan made you aware of this math paper that we've discussed extensively in this trial, correct?
Ms. Morgan did not make me aware of the math paper. She made Mr. Ejak aware of the math paper.
I apologize, and then was it Mr. Ejak that made you aware of it?
Yes,
Okay, thank you, and thank you for clearing that up. Now, your testimony, you testified about the math paperwork, your observations, your thoughts about it on a couple of occasions over the last couple of years. Is that a fair statement?
yes,
And when you saw the original photograph or the original math paper, we can agree that there is a gun drawn on the math paper.
Which one are you referring to as the original?
I'm speaking about the one, let me put it up on the screen. It would be, it's within Exhibit 160. And it's the prior to alterations, the math paper. Do you recall seeing this?
There you go.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I was sent this in an email approximately 30 minutes into our meeting.
Okay, now, when you saw, did you see the altered math test first, or did you see I called this the original. There's also one, because let's just be clear here. The shooter drew on a math paper, and what we see on the screen is that original drawing and writings. Is that correct?
What you see here is the photograph taken by the math teacher,
Of the original paper.
as it was when she had it, yes.
And then after she had it, the shooter wrote more on the paper, and we ended up with a second math paper that is essentially the original math paper plus some writings on it, correct?
Well, it's doctored.
Doctored, okay, right, so I'm gonna call this the original, and then I'm gonna call the other one with the additional writing, the altered version. Is that okay with you?
Understood.
Okay, for the purpose of questioning. Okay, now, I'm gonna open up the altered version as well, which was admitted as Exhibit 123, okay? So it's fair to say that you are familiar both with the original math paper and with the altered one, correct?
I was able to look at both of them over the course of our meeting, correct?
And when you look at both papers, it's very clear that Mrs. Crumbley's son drew a picture depicting a gun, correct?
Yes, and the one especially that has no scribbles over it, I would not say that without context that it would be very clear on the altered one that that is a gun. Without context of the original.
Okay, I agree with you. So you're saying that the first photo on the left of the screen, it's clearly a gun, but when he altered the drawing, he crossed it off so much you might not know that had been a gun drawn there.
Correct.
Okay, when you saw the gun drawn on the sheet, seeing that gun, even just seeing the gun, that was not enough to make you believe that Mrs. Crumbley's son posed a risk to himself or other students, correct?
I wasn't sure whether he posed a risk to himself. So that is why I called in the parents.
Okay,
I was concerned and I wouldn't call in parents unless I was concerned.
okay, so you called the parents in because you were concerned, but we can agree that seeing the drawings, just the drawings alone were not enough for you to conclude there is something dangerous to other people.
When I take that in context, that is only a piece of the information I had. I also was looking at his demeanor throughout it. I also was asking questions to him, asking if he was a threat to himself or others, and taking his response of sadness, which is not a common threatening response.
Okay, and it's in all fairness, and you've had lots of training on this, correct?
I have had training on this.
So you've been trained, you've been formally trained on how to assess this kind of information and how to deal with it, correct?
Correct, and the number one way that I would be dealing with it would be to entrust the care to parents.
To entrust the parents with the care of their child.
Correct.
Okay, so there was talk at some point in the materials from this case about a step 1, step 2, step 3. Do you know what I'm talking about in terms of evaluating a suicide risk?
I don't know what direct thing you're referring to.
Okay, are there certain steps, if you do have concern, that you follow if a student is exhibiting what you called suicide ideation?
Well, suicide ideation is very different than actively suicidal.
Okay.
So I wonder if what you're describing might be an active suicide checklist as opposed to what we do if we see suicidal ideation.
Well, what do you do if you said in this case you were concerned about suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes,
So what do you do when it's a concern of suicidal ideation?
I call the parents.
Call the parents. Okay, and that's what you did obviously in this case.
Yes.
Okay, and one of the questions I do have for you, and I'm just going to page 72 from the civil deposition. This is just for you guys. Page 72 of the civil deposition is where I'm getting this question from. A drawing of somebody who is shooting a gun is just a drawing. That is something you've said before, correct?
I do not remember.
If there's not another person in the drawing, that's of significance to you when you see a picture of a gun, correct?
Are you referencing in regards to the math assignment?
Yes.
In the math assignment, if I see multiple people, I do have a different level of concern.
Okay, so explain for us then what, and I don't know why that clicked off, but it's gonna pop back up. So explain to us what you mean by when you see another person or you don't see another person. Tell us what you see up here and how things would change if there were multiple people.
Well, I see one body. If I see somebody holding the gun in one body, my response is completely different.
Okay, so, and have you had training about looking at drawings by students and being able to take them into account when you're assessing situations?
I've had training in how to assess situations. I would not say I've had training in students' drawings.
Okay, but your conclusion was that because there's not a second person, seeing a gun on these pages in and of itself alone would not be enough to cause you concern.
Again, you're taking a very small piece of that. That is just a piece of what I saw in totality.
Okay, so you were asked before, you didn't see anything that suggested that there was a gun in the hand on this drawing, and your answer was no, correct?
In regards to this drawing,
Yes.
I do not see a gun in someone's hand on this drawing.
Okay, you were asked, that's a pretty important thing for you to know or not. Do you agree? Your answer was a drawing of somebody who is shooting a gun. Still, there's not another person. It's just a drawing. Do you recall testifying that way when you were previously asked about this drawing?
That was not in regards to this drawing.
It's fair to say that, which drawing was it in regards to then?
Not this one.
So you testified at a deposition on September 14th of 2022, correct?
I believe that was the date, correct?
And there are, the discussion prior to those questions was about the drawing in class that day, and the drawing being on the violent side. Do you recall that?
In regards to the email from the teacher that we discussed earlier, yes.
Okay, so at the end of the day, your prior testimony that seeing a drawing of a gun, that in and of itself, by itself, does not create enough of a concern that something more sinister is happening, correct?
We are looking at a total picture and not just a piece of a picture.
And you are trained to look at that total picture, correct?
I took the approach to look at the total picture.
In addition to looking at the total picture, and by picture, I'm saying the picture that was drawn, you also look at the picture in terms of the demeanor of the person you're speaking to, the way the person is presenting, the way the student is behaving, a number of factors, correct?
I try to take in as much information as I can.
And taking in as much information as you can is certainly something that you have learned to do through, in addition to your training, your experience, correct?
Yes.
This is not the first time that you're calling a student down to your office to talk to them about something that may be problematic, correct?
Well, and that's why I was not the only one in the meeting, was I didn't want to take the approach of I was the only one making the call. I also had our person in charge of discipline with me.
And so you are in the meeting, and when you're saying the person in charge of discipline, you're talking about Mr. Ejak, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Ejak is going to testify, but your understanding is that Mr. Ejak has also had training on dealing with these kind of situations, correct?
I do not know his total background.
You would assume that as the assistant dean of school of the school,
I'm just
he's had
object to the
training.
question of this witness. Mr. Ejak will testify. It's appropriate for him.
I'll withdraw the question, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
he can answer that, Mr. Ejak.
Now, when you asked Mrs. Crumbley's son about the videos he was watching, he indicated to you that he wanted to be a video game designer, correct?
He did.
And he actually had a detailed conversation with you about an opportunity that Oxford has for students to get training to become video game designers, correct?
I showed him a program through Oakland Schools that could lead him into that area.
Okay, so you and Mrs. Crumbley's son had a conversation about if he was interested in pursuing a video game designer career. The school system even has opportunities for him to further that interest.
Yes,
And in that conversation, when you were speaking to Mrs. Crumbley's son, you believed he had a genuine interest in this video game designing future.
yes, I did.
If you believed that Mrs. Crumbley's son did not have a genuine interest in becoming a designer, or that he really was drawing pictures with a plan to hurt people, you would have certainly taken different actions, correct?
If I believed that he was a threat to people, I would have taken different actions.
Now, you testified about when the parents came in and this meeting that you had with them. You obviously recall that, correct?
I do recall the meeting.
Now, when you met with the parents, they were present for approximately 12 minutes out of the entire time you spent with Mrs. Crumbley's son.
Yes,
And you testified that you were with Mrs. Crumbley's son for approximately an hour and a half, correct?
correct.
So it would have been an hour and a half, including those 12 minutes.
Yes,
Now, prior to that hour and a half spent with Mrs. Crumbley's son, you had never spent any kind of time really, aside from short conversations with Mrs. Crumbley's son, correct?
correct.
And you also had never spent time with Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley, talking to them about or handling matters regarding their son, correct?
Correct.
So when Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley arrived at the school and were communicating with you on this issue, these are not parents that you're seeing on a weekly or even monthly basis, correct?
Correct.
I imagine at the school there are other situations where you have students that are essentially frequent flyers down to your office, correct?
I do know some students more than others.
And some of the students that you deal with more frequently, you're also used to dealing with their parents on a more frequent basis, correct?
Potentially correct.
And the more times you have to deal with the parents and the more times you have to deal with their child, the more you get to know about the family and the dynamics of the relationships, correct?
Yes, I would hope the more time I spend with someone, the better I know them.
So when you are talking about how the Crumbleys greeted their son or did not hug their son, it's fair to say that you are not aware, you've never really seen the Crumbleys greet their son on other occasions, correct?
Correct. I'm not making a judgment on normal. I'm simply stating what happened.
Okay, and that's completely fair. And I just want to confirm though, that in terms of when you're making the observation, there was no hug or certain kind of greeting. You also you haven't had the experience of seeing the Crumbleys greet their son on other occasions.
Correct.
And it's also fair to say that when parents come into the office, parents all may have a different reaction about their child being down in the counselor's office or in the principal's office, correct?
Well, first I would say those are two very different places,
Okay,
but no, you don't expect all parents to respond in the same way.
you get parents who are angry at their child as they're walking in the door, right?
Rarely.
Some people are coming in and have more of an anxious look.
They could.
Some parents may come in and just seem like this is no big deal.
Again, all parents could respond differently.
Okay, so there's any number of responses, and in the end, and if your training says any different, let me know. There is no right answer about specifically how a parent should respond to going to a school counselor's office or going to a school principal's office.
Yes, again, I stated I'm not making a judgment. I'm simply stating what happened.
Thank you. Now, the dates that we talked about are dates where obviously through the course of this investigation, you identified emails where you were involved with Mrs. Crumbley's son. Is that a fair statement?
I'm not sure what your question is.
Did you provide the emails that we talked about and that were admitted as exhibits?
Did I provide them? The Oakland County Sheriff's Department had full access to my email.
Okay, did you at any point go through your emails to take a look at any emails related to Mrs. Crumbley's son?
On the night of the shooting, I did, with a police officer, go through and search for anything I could think of from that day and print and hand them to him.
Okay, and then ultimately, any of these other emails we've seen were discovered by law enforcement.
Yes, there's been a full cooperation with that.
Okay, and I'm not trying to allege you haven't been cooperative, I'm just asking that those emails, obviously, I imagine all your emails are stored on some kind of a system. Would that be?
Not my area.
Not mine either. This jury learned about my technology abilities on Friday. I want to just turn your attention to a couple of dates. On March 8th and March 9th of 2021, you didn't have any experiences with Mrs. Crumbley's son related to needing counseling or being called down to the principal's office, correct?
I don't remember any.
Okay. On March 16th, which was a Tuesday, March 17th, Wednesday, 18th, or 19th, you don't have any incidents on those dates with regard to Mrs. Crumbley's son either.
I don't remember any.
Okay, if there had been incidents involving Mrs. Crumbley's son on these specific dates, would you assume they would have been included in the emails of all the other dates that were included about?
If there were emails of them, they would have been included.
Okay, so we don't have any emails of March 16th, 17th, 18th, or 19th, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
We didn't see any emails or concerns that arose from, well, this is a Saturday, so probably not likely, Saturday, March 20th, correct?
I don't know of any.
Sunday, April 4th,
I don't know of any.
not even the next day, Monday, April 5th?
I don't know of any other meetings aside from the emails that have already been presented.
Okay, so then in all fairness, when I'm April 29th and November 4th, same thing, you don't have any awareness of any of these dates?
I don't know of anything specific towards those days.
Okay. Now, you testified that it was your hope that Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley would take their son home and get him into a counselor that day, correct?
Yes.
When you had that hope, you gave them a list of counselors to suggest they call, and noting which ones took various insurance programs, correct?
Yes, I provided a list of resources.
Now, in terms of getting a counseling appointment within one day, you don't have any knowledge if those counselors on that list could guarantee a same-day appointment, correct?
I don't know counselor schedules, and I can't speculate on what they would have had.
Is it fair to say that in the post-COVID time of 2021, mental health services have become more difficult to obtain appointments? And if you don't know and you're not the right person to ask, just let me know.
I don't work in community mental health, so I can't make that statement.
Have you personally had to call to schedule therapy type appointments for anyone?
I experienced a shooting. I called to cancel to get therapy for myself.
Okay, and when you called to get therapy for yourself, it was obviously a very, very urgent situation.
I mean, it was a pretty impactful situation, yes.
Okay, and did you end up seeing a counselor on the 30th?
No, I was cooperating with law enforcement and still in our building on the 30th.
Okay, so your appointment was sometime after the 30th, correct?
It was after the 30th.
And sometimes when you call to get a counseling appointment, it's not unusual to have to wait a couple of days or to schedule it, correct?
I think we're getting a little hypothetical with this, and I can't speculate on what's usual or not for counselors in this area.
That's fair enough. I appreciate that. When you were speaking with Mrs. Crumbley's son, it's fair to say that you and Mrs. Crumbley's son discussed whether he wanted to stay in school that day or go home prior to the arrival of Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley. Is that correct?
That did come up, yes.
And Mrs. Crumbley's son's position was, I want to stay in school, correct?
Correct.
COVID had been hard on him. He didn't like virtual learning. Was that your understanding?
He did state those two things, yes.
And there was discussion when the parents arrived that missing school is a source of anxiety for Mrs. Crumbley's son. Do you recall that?
I do.
So before Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley even got there, the option for Mrs. Crumbley's son to stay in school was on the table.
Well, there is no option of staying in school. School is a requirement unless you meet certain standards in which it is no longer available to you.
Okay, if a child gets sick at school, at Oxford High School, and vomits, okay, are they allowed to stay in school the rest of the day?
I don't know. That's not something I deal with.
Are you aware if a child has a temperature, if they are allowed to stay in school? And if you're not aware, let me know.
If they are allowed to stay in school?
Yes.
If we didn't, again, hypothetical, but not my area, I don't send students home.
Okay. Are you aware if the school will tell parents you need to take this child home if they are sick at school, physically sick?
The only time I remember that being a discussion was during COVID.
Okay, during COVID, were kids who were exposed to COVID allowed to be in school?
No, because we were following rules and regulations outside of the school.
So even if parents said, I want my child to be in school, he has COVID, but I want him to be there, that's not allowed, right?
Judge, I have objective relevance now. We're awfully far afield.
Well, I think he said that that's not up to him. That's maybe,
Correct.
is that up to like the school nurse or some person? Like
There is no school nurse. The COVID tracing was not through the school, that was through the county health department.
All I'm asking is, there are times where if a child is sick, it's not an option for them to be present in school.
When the county health department regulated that, yes.
And you testified that if there had been a discipline issue as to Mrs. Crumbley's son, that may have been grounds to make him have to go home that day, correct?
That could be the case depending on the discipline issue.
And in terms of the discipline issue, I realize you're not the discipline person, but the school has the option, depending on what's correct, they could suspend a student, they could expel a student. There's processes over school discipline, correct?
There is a process. I am not a part of that process.
It's your testimony, though, that in this case, the school did not find a discipline issue with respect to to Mrs. Crumbley's son.
That is correct. There was nothing that was determined as a discipline issue.
So it was not a discipline issue that he was looking up bullets on his cell phone during a class.
I would not be the one making that determination.
In this case, that was not something he was disciplined for by the school.
I already stated I was not a part of any potential disciplines. To my knowledge, no.
Same thing with watching videos on a phone. The school did not make a discipline issue that would cause Mrs. Crumbley's son to go home for sitting and watching videos on his phone during class, correct?
There was nothing that was determined to be a discipline issue.
And Mrs. Crumbley's son sitting and drawing on math paper instead of actually doing the math paper he's supposed to be doing. As far as you're aware, the school also didn't find there to be a disciplinary violation for that.
Judge, Mr. Hopkins already testified the discipline is in this area. That's Mr. Ejak's area.
He doesn't make that determination, you said.
I'll ask Mr. Ejak then when he testifies. Now, you did testify that one important thing was that you did not want Mrs. Crumbley's son to be alone after you thought he was so sad and experiencing so much sadness, correct?
I did not feel that it was wise for a student with signs that could be suicidal ideation and things that I saw as suicidal ideation to be alone.
Now, when you spoke to Mrs. Crumbley's son, he also wanted to be around other peers that afternoon.
He stated that he wanted to be in school. I don't remember him specifically stating anything about other peers.
Do you recall telling Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley that it would be good for him to be around other peers versus being alone?
I don't remember specifically stating that to them.
Is that something that you believe, or, and if you can't answer the question, just please let me know.
What is your question?
My question is that something that you believe, that it would have been better for him to be around peers that afternoon versus being left home alone?
It's the judgment call I made.
I'm sorry, what was that?
That is the judgment call I made, was that I felt it was better for him to be around peers and people who were his age than to be home alone.
Thank you. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Hopkins.
Redirect.
Thank you. Mr. Hopkins, you were asked about the total picture by counsel, so I'd like to go through that with you. On November the 30th, when you met with Jennifer Crumbley, did she tell you that on March the 9th of 2021, her son had texted her that he was seeing demons and bowls flying off the shelf?
I did not.
Okay, so did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that on March the 17th, her son had also texted her that he was hallucinating?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that on March the 20th, he had texted his mother that he was hallucinating?
Your Honor, I would ask that the prosecution stop the leading questions.
Judge, I'm just trying to get through redirect in a timely fashion, and this is specifically in response to her.
I don't know how we can ask it another way.
I'm not suggesting the answer, Judge, I'm just.
Yeah, he's not suggesting the answer. He's asking a specific question. It's a yes or no question, right?
Thank you, Judge.
He's not suggesting the answer, so.
Thank you.
If you could read this last.
Sure. Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that her son texted her on March the 20th, 2021, that he was hallucinating?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that in April of 2001, she had told a friend of hers that she thought Ethan was depressed?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that she had referred to her son as weird?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that she had never once set an appointment with any mental health professional?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that his only hobby was involving firearms?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that she posted on Instagram as early as June of 2021 that he had obtained his own handgun?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that the day before the shooting at 3:00 in the morning, she herself was researching clinical depression options?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that she and her husband gave her son a 6-hour 9mm handgun just 4 days before the shooting?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that on November the 30th, 2021, it wasn't the first time he asked for help?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that the gun that he drew on that math worksheet was identical to the 6-hour 9mm handgun that was
Your
used in
Honor,
the shooting?
I object to the prosecution's characterization that drawing is identical. That's a conclusion that.
Sustained.
That's fine. Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that the day before, on November the 29th, on that Monday, the day before, after the voicemail was left for her from Pam Fine, she texted her son and said, LOL, you have to learn not to get caught?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that
James Crumbley worked for DoorDash and had no obligation to not take your son home.
No,
Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that on November the 30th, she was permitted to leave work when she needed for family issues?
no,
Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that on November the 30th, the meeting she allegedly had in the afternoon, she was not required to attend?
no,
Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you ever that their son was struggling throughout the year 2021?
she confirmed it based on what he had said regards to COVID and virtual school.
But they never went through these details.
Not these details, no.
So it took you all about 20 minutes to decide to request Jennifer Crumbley to come into the school immediately. That's what you testified to?
Yes,
Is that the total picture that you wish you had?
no,
Now, what if Jennifer Crumbley had told you all of these things I just went through?
Your Honor, objection is to speculation, and
Sustained.
hindsight is 20/20.
Sustained.
Would you have liked to have as much information as you possibly could have?
absolutely.
Was their son still in the room in your office when the defendant said she couldn't take him home?
Yes,
Nothing further.
All right, you can step down. You're excused.
I wouldn't have told the school any of this. I know how ridiculous the school can be
You guys want a break?
with different things.
Okay, so we're
There's no
gonna
way in
take
hell.
like 10 minutes, okay?
All right, for the jury.
There's absolutely no way on this earth I would be volunteering any of that information to the school whatsoever. So we get to the chats. That again, there was nothing at all. Nothing.
Sorry.
Okay. She was talking again. I just wanted to make sure. God, this is so frustrating. Yes, they already had. So everything's available on Zoom. They have a open courtroom after COVID. So everything's available on Zoom. So they already have cameras in the courtroom, and that's what we've been seeing most of the trial on. So, sorry, give me 1 second to scan here. Yeah, the school again said no, we wouldn't have taken him home, or no, we didn't require him to go home. Like, the school has just proved the point that there's nothing here. Nothing at all here. Or the mental health professional didn't deem the behavior extreme enough for a psych hold. Mental health professional missed it. The parents could too. And that was always my thing coming into this, is it if the professionals couldn't figure it out, then how the hell was the mother supposed to figure it out? So sure, they both have different experience and different things that they see and that kind of stuff. But how was she supposed to know that he was going to do this, or have advanced knowledge he was going to do this? Yeah, the defense attorney, she goes on far too long on nothing. So exactly. And earlier this week, the school, earlier last week, the school was cleared of any wrongdoing, no civil or criminal liability. So yeah, exactly. No, there's only been the one drawing. And yes, it's slightly better than last Friday. Yeah, I don't know any 15-year-old that's like, oh, I want a hug. Same with mine. Won't do it. I think he was just another state's witness. And they've made it very clear that this is how they want to do things. So, yeah, like he doesn't know the sick policy. Nah, they won't do that. Yeah, and it's clear to me at least that he's just looking back on everything, applying current day knowledge to everything that happened then. If he was that good at it, then he probably should have done something proactively. And if he's that good at it and didn't, then he's liable for what happened. Yeah, just like the police don't ever tell the school shit. Yeah, did he tell him anything he was seeing or anything? You know? Did she tell you last time she took a piss? Because that's kind of the where we're headed. Suppressed kid who lost dog, granddad, best friend moved away. The picture talked about voices. Why didn't he ask? Right. Yeah, exactly. Right. He had more status, more training, more ability. I mean, he talked about his 200 hours of training. So he should have had more knowledge and more forethought to be able to make that call more effectively, in my opinion. If he didn't, he's culpable. So, another witness, another nothing in the way of making any difference in proving the mother guilty of whatever the hell they're trying to do at this point. Again, we're nearing the end of day 3 of official trial, day 5 after you take account for jury selection and all that. And I still have not seen a single shred of evidence to prove that the mother is guilty of the charge of of manslaughter. I think it was so far to try and charge that, and now, yeah, there's nothing here that says guilty of manslaughter to me, even remotely. So I don't know who the next witness is going to be. Probably somebody else from school, or I just imagine, because that's kind of been the track we've been on. But I don't think it's going to be groundbreaking. It's frustrating. It's frustrating that they can even prosecute this. It's even more frustrating that this not only gets prosecuted, but went to the Michigan Supreme Court, and the Michigan Supreme Court made them give proof that they had enough to charge it. And the Michigan Supreme Court ruled that there was enough to bring charges. So this was a Michigan Supreme Court challenge. And still, even after that challenge, the Michigan Supreme Court said there was enough to proceed with trial. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it at all. Feels politically motivated. Absolutely. And again, I came into it hoping that it wasn't, knowing that it was, hoping that it wasn't. And it seemed to be nothing but so far. So I assume, well, it's 2:41. I don't know actually know what time I went on break. Probably about 10 minutes ago. Give or take. So I'm hopeful that we get back and don't have any more issues. Well, actually, I can look, can I? Yeah, they said 10 minutes. It's been about 9 minutes. So hopeful that they get back quickly. We'll probably have one more witness tonight in tonight's session. If the weather doesn't suck, I plan to go up to the Oakland County Court tomorrow in person. That likely means that I won't be able to stream the trial. I'm trying to figure out how the hell I do that. If any of my peeps want to jump in and want to volunteer, we can set something up. But as of now, I think that it would be. I definitely want to go up there at least one time. So it's probably going to be. Looks like tomorrow is going to be the day. That would work out best. So. Just as a programming note, but we're still waiting. Still waiting for the court to come back. We just have the blue screen of waiting. So we'll continue to wait. I don't know. I'm so frustrated with this whole thing because there's in my opinion still a few days in, we still have absolutely zero in the way of evidence to support the ridiculous charges. And again, I think you could have got something like a neglect or, something to that nature, but that's not what they wanted. They wanted the whole deal so they could, like if it was any other charge, I feel like you have a better opportunity of proving it, but it's not any other charge. It's this charge, manslaughter. So hopefully we're back pretty quickly here. Come on, Judge. Yep, I turn it back on live, so I don't know what they're waiting on. They haven't been as punctual as they have been of late. The first 2 days as today. And I didn't read anything. I was looking for anything on the juror situation. I didn't I haven't read anything specifically. YouTube doesn't want you to offer. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll let you. I'll talk to you for sure. I don't know what's the deal with YouTube and just annihilating chats left and right. It's driving me nuts. And of course, I don't know that they're doing it. They don't tell us that they're doing it. They just kind of get rid of them. So that's always neat. Because then people think I'm ignoring them, and I'm not. Like it just YouTube won't do it. They spotted my comment saying, "Yay!" They let me. They let my chat through. Jesus, it's insane. Yeah, like I said, YouTube seems to be not only censoring the current chat, but then they'll censor the subsequent chats that are even remotely similar. So before they used to just censor the chat with the word that they didn't like for whatever reason. Now they're censoring the chat and then the next 5 just for good measure, I guess. So you can't get around it. It's super annoying. Command court. Now it's been more than 15 minutes. That went through too. Didn't know I caught on. Like the double slit experiment. If you know YouTube's going to censor your chat, they don't censor your chat. Wait, are you saying a random mine could have been missed? That's absolute audacity. Yes, it could have. It certainly could have. Like I said, YouTube is censoring a whole host of new words, and then not only are they censoring that whole host of new words, then censoring everything around it. So if you say somebody's going to unalive themselves, they not only do that chat, but then if you say something like they were going to try and end it, well, then that would be scrubbed as well, which is insane to me. YouTube censorship is out of hand. Still no court. We're waiting. I start having two windows open again, one in chat, the other one to make sure it went through. Yeah. Come on, court. I keep checking. It's not back yet. YouTube is SO. Still nothing. It's crazy that it's taking so much time, though. Unnecessarily. Just go on break, come back, finish the day. What's wrong with these people? No efficiency. No efficiency whatsoever. What a runt. Oh, is that a... Are you... Is that a... That's the British version, right? The word they won't let you say. Ticker just flips the charts from live to top and back again. It forces chat to reload and you can see if it went through. Huh. It's probably realistically only going to get worse. Like, as we get closer to the 24 election, I would imagine that things are going to get significantly worse. So... See what I sent? Yeah, I saw what you sent me. That guy was weird. Yeah, every election year gets like this. Yep. Gets more and more ridiculous every time. Oh, yeah, just testing in chat. Yeah, okay. Still nothing. Since, you know, chats are so dangerous. So are certain YouTubers. They're just dangerous and need to be silenced at all costs. Still nothing. Yeah, we might say a meme. Yeah, exactly. You might say something that would hurt my fifis. That would make me upset. I think that's in part, it's the news station today that's sucking, trying to get this back up. I mean, no doubt the court's probably hella behind too, but some of this is definitely on the media. Seriously. Like, I understand a 10-minute one going like 15. You're like, all right, cool. It's been 25 minutes. What the hell, court? Somebody probably forgot to turn it back on. Six hospitalized after American Airlines flight lands hard on Maui. Scroll Twitter. If there's anything interesting. Holy shit. We have time for a 24-second video to entertain. So, pro-Palestinian protesters took over Nancy Pelosi's driveway, apparently. And, go back to China where you came from. Interesting. Oh, and court's back. Good.
Can you keep your voice nice and loud, please?
All right.
Sergeant,
Just
where
kidding.
do you work within the
Okay,
sheriff's
now we go.
I'm assigned to the Special Investigations Unit.
Okay, what do you do there?
We conduct major investigations, internal affairs, assist a lot of other departments, anything kind of big we at least help out with.
Okay. Now, November the 30th, 2021, were you working that day?
I was.
Okay. Were you assigned to assist in the investigation of the Oxford High School shooting?
I was.
And at this time, how long have you been with the sheriff's office?
At that time, 27 years and some change.
Okay. So you're with the Special Investigative Unit now. Where did you work prior to that?
Same spot since 2011.
Okay, what about prior to that?
I ran the computer crimes unit for about 8 years. Prior to that, started in the jail, detective out in Highland, and then the jail and road.
All right. So
Did you actually respond to the Oxford High School shooting scene? Did you respond to the shooting scene itself?
Not initially.
Okay. Were you directed to the Oxford substation, the sheriff's office?
I was,
Okay, and for what purpose?
to attempt to do some interviews.
Okay. Now, by the time that you had arrived at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office substation in Oxford, was the school shooter already in custody?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and was he brought to that location?
He was.
And during the course of your investigation, did you learn who the school shooter's parents are?
I did.
Okay, and his mother is Jennifer Crumbley?
She is.
She's in court today?
Yes, she is wearing the dark blazer. The defense counsel.
The record will reflect the court identification of the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley.
Thank you. Once you learned who the school shooter's parents were, did you attempt to speak with those individuals?
I did.
Okay, tell us how that came to be.
I called him up and had him come to the substation to talk to me.
Okay, so you learned the identities of James and Jennifer Crumbley and you made a phone call?
Correct.
Okay, so on Friday, we introduced evidence of call logs that showed you contacted James Crumbley about 1:50 in the afternoon, November the 30th. Does that sound accurate to you?
That sounds about right.
Okay, and when you made that phone call, what did you tell them to do?
Just come to substation.
In Oxford?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did they arrive there?
They did.
Do you recall approximately the time they arrived there?
Right around 2. We didn't wait much for them to get there.
Okay, and again, on Friday, there was evidence of their GPS data locations that indicate they were there at 1:58 PM. Does that sound accurate to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you conduct interviews with individuals pertaining to investigation, criminal investigation, are those interviews generally recorded?
Most of the time.
Is that audio recorded as well as video recorded?
When available, yes.
Does the Oxford substation, the sheriff's office, have the capability to record interviews in such a fashion?
They did and do. Yes.
So on November the 30th, 2021, did you interview both James and Jennifer Crumbley?
I did.
Okay, and was that interview recorded?
It was.
Have you had the opportunity to review that recording?
Yes, sir.
Does that recording fairly and accurately depict your interview with James and Jennifer Crumbley on November the 30th, 2021?
It does.
Judge, that's People's 340. People move to admit.
We have no objection.
340 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to play it for the jury, but before we do, I just want to confirm with you, Sergeant, that the recording that we're going to introduce as evidence is Exhibit 340. It has a date and time stamp. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, but that time stamp is actually an hour off.
That's correct.
Okay, is that daylight savings time?
I don't know why it's off an
Okay.
hour. I really don't.
That's fair. But we know that it arrived at 1:58 in the afternoon, and did you speak with them immediately after they arrived?
Yes,
Okay, so that would be the time you spoke with them, not 2:58.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
How long is it, Sergeant? Do you know?
The video?
Yeah.
15 minutes probably.
It's
Not very
around,
long.
around 20 minutes or so.
Okay.
So Sergeant, as I get this queued up, this would have been right after they found out that their son was taken into custody for the Oxford High School school shooting?
Correct.
Just so we can identify everybody. This is you in the blue shirt,
Yes, it is.
and the individual to your left in the video is who?
My partner, Rob Miller.
Okay. Individual with the hat,
James Crumbley,
and the female in the video.
Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay, and again, this is 1:58 and 59 seconds, November 30th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
So, again, obviously, we don't know all what happened yet, they're still ongoing. It's our understanding he wasn't involved in a school shooting, he was the one who did everything. He said he acted alone, so basically the only thing we've asked him so far, because there's word about other students, other people in the areas. Want to use the questions for you, or ask using the questions first before we even start talking to him. Is there I hate to stop. Yes, yes, I'll get them. Super dry, breaking out. Jennifer Jones. Was there any complicated? Yeah, we do not know. There are several people who've been shot though. This is the hard to get back. We'll get into it. But we really need to talk to him. Go through that. That's what I understand. We'll talk about that. There's a lady bad. Jennifer, what is your date of birth? Last name is also Crumbley. And James, what is your date of birth? So, we're coming at this very early, but when is there an issue recently? Was that? This morning, what went down this morning? Well, he was writing, yes, show me the picture. He was doodling on a test. For a practice test. Do you think you should probably have a lawyer? That's up to you. I think we probably should have a lawyer. I think we can speak to the cops. And we'll answer the lawyer. And here's our perspective right now. This thing is still very, very fresh. Right. People are still on their way to the hospital and such. We need to know what his state of mind is. Is there explosive devices anywhere? Is there other guns anywhere? Do you hide guns and ammunition? Devices? Are there any other victims? We need to know these things quite rapidly. I was in town. I saw all you guys go. Two, I don't care about it. When I see five.
Never talk to the police.
I'm sorry. I headed to the high school. Obviously, couldn't get to the high school. Turned into the Meyer parking lot, and I saw these kids standing outside. I'm trying to call my son, make sure he's okay. And he texted me that he loved me. He texted you that. And somebody said that there was an active shooter. 35 minutes before he called me, I was freaked out because of the school. The situation. He was drawing that on the paper, and the counselor called it down. What did the text say? Nothing was texted to me. Oh. From the counselor. I texted Ethan at 12:21, you okay? He said, yeah, just got back from lunch. I said,
Not a damn thing, Jiminy.
He said, I know, thank you.
Not even remotely.
I love you. I said, I love you too. And then, you okay? And you're back. And then he told me about what's going on, and I freaked out, and I drove here from work. And that's where we're at. What time did you text you? That was at 12:21, and he was just getting back from lunch. So you guys had a meeting with the counselor this morning? Yeah. Yeah. I said, what, was it the first hour, second, what time was it? I got to school at 10:30, however. So it would have been earlier. First or second hour, I don't know. And what did he say? I mean, he just said he was sorry. He was sorry. He just said, do you have an issue? Like you met them? No. No. Not that we know of. His best friend. Oh. From the counselor. I texted Ethan at 12:21, you okay? He said, yeah, just got back from lunch. I said, you can talk to us, we won't judge. He said, I know, thank you, I'm sorry for that, I love you. I said, I love you too. And then, you okay? And you're back. And then he told me about what's going on, and I freaked out, and I drove here from work. That's what we're.
That's where we're at.
What time did you execute?
That was at 12:21, and he was just getting back from lunch.
So you guys had a meeting with the counselor this morning over
Yeah.
the rule?
Yeah,
I said, real quick, answers. What, was it the first hour, second one, what time was it?
I got to school at 10:30, I don't know whatever.
So it would have been earlier, first or second, I don't know.
And what did he say?
I mean, he just said he was sorry, he just said, you know, like.
Did he have an issue, like you hit that?
No,
Or?
no.
Not that we know of, his best friend. His parents just sent him somewhere to Wisconsin for an OCD rehabilitation. That was his only friend that he had, they hung out all the time, at school. Our dog.
Thank you, Bobby, for that clarification, because I'm like, it wasn't close,
Passed away a couple months ago.
even remotely close.
Died back in April. So that's.
So John, what structure's going on?
They didn't.
They say, did you guys go over this with him, like, what is that? Anybody asked him?
No, the counselor,
The counselor just said, you know, there's no,
I didn't even, honestly, I didn't even like think about that, 'cause
I mean, it's Ethan, like, Ethan's like, he's a perfect kid, like, he doesn't do anything, he doesn't get in trouble at school, he doesn't, like,
if that's how,
That's your, what kind of?
it's a six-liter, man. It was hidden in our home, in the case, and bullets were hidden in a completely different spot. Underneath some jeans. I raced home. And I'm
I misunderstood, you saw the cops.
after I saw the cops, after I found I was an active shooter, after what went on this morning, I immediately raced home. And found the gun in his hand, that's when I called you guys. I called you guys right away, and let you know.
Where, how far away is your guys' house from the high school?
like, right.
We live on the street.
I'm not familiar with that.
He walks, he's gonna come to school. It's really right in the village.
So what we'd like to do, is talk to your son. And obviously you mentioned earlier, our lawyer, he is totally entitled to one. That's gonna be all up to you guys, because it's his age.
We would like.
I'm messaging Andy right now.
Can Andy handle,
Andy can get me from home.
we would like a lawyer present from here on out. Okay. And no disrespect to you guys, it's okay, it's just, we don't, I don't want to help on this one, I only see this stuff on TV, that's cool.
All I know is I got a call from the counselor about that, he texted me, and we went down there, and that's
That's all that was about.
that's all it was about. And he didn't seem worried about it, and he said he was more welcome to stay at school, or he could go home, and I really wish we
Would take
could go home.
Is this, or is that?
She didn't help here.
For the time being, that we, you better have the ones. Go to, either jail or children's military for a short time. That's what I'm talking about, so. That's where we're at. Any medical conditions, any mental conditions we need to be aware of?
Study gets anxiety, or tough, maybe or something.
Does he have any meds or anything like that that you have home that you might need to bring for him? No meds, no, is there no treatment for mental health, anything like that? Give me 1 second, I'm gonna get a confinement form for the community, a lot of stuff we have to ask them, as far as just like waiting and all that kind of stuff, one of you guys can go with us.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. All right, so give me 1 minute to go to the form, I'll be right back. You're. I'm sure self the same. Any trouble with the law or anything?
Nothing.
Everything's suspended?
No.
Nothing.
You're not even. No, I mean,
The mediocre is great, I mean, they're up and down, you know, but.
he got, I found out he had Ian geometry last night, I got on.
Somebody, no, a grade, we were talking about his grade.
I got on him last night.
I'm sorry, it's what?
It's great,
Great, okay.
it's feeling geometry. And I got on to him, you know how to put all this.
Actually, you no, he's gonna be safe, okay? He's not hurt at all. It's gonna get worse or he's better. At this point right now, it's all pretty fresh. We don't know. Say that how many people are hurt, if anybody's died. We don't know. At this point. Do you have any other children? Family members we should check on, any family members you may be concerned about, is he angry at any family members that you want to hurt?
Well, I mean, she's not here. It's just fine, it's in the school, we apologize about last night.
That's how we know AI is not right, Bobby.
Like, we just want you to drop. Make sure you don't have, you know, uncompleted assignments.
Doesn't exist in real life.
Sound great? On social media, you know,
Not Facebook, Instagram.
you get yourself. They loaded bags. They were empty.
They were empty, the gun was empty, bullets were completely different place.
How many rounds?
I don't know. No. You guys bought 100 when we went to the shooting.
We bought 200.
I thought it was just a box of them.
Oh, I don't know.
He didn't.
I don't remember what it was.
It wasn't an exorbitant amount of money, because you were gonna.
About $56.
Okay, then he only bought 100 rounds. And so you guys spent 50. So, yeah, and we go to the shooting range all the time.
He goes with you.
Yes. I've been trying to teach him safety, and, I mean,
It was a hobby that they did together, sure. not gonna release his name, are they?
He's a juvenile, they won't do that.
Hmm?
No, they don't. He's a juvenile, they won't release him. I don't know where it is, but James Robert is. Jennifer, what's your number?
Cause I tried calling him and telling him it was emergencies tomorrow right now. I don't do it.
Jennifer Lynn?
You didn't miss anything, Brett. "45 minutes of it was a break."
Famous name is trouble. You guys want to pop up, I'll leave your phones in here.
No.
Ethan, how tall are you? 5'11", maybe? 5'11"? How much do you weigh? 180. Eye color? Blue, grayish. Hair color? Brown. Okay, so we were gonna ask you a bunch of questions about why you did this, and get your whole side of the story. Your parents want to retain insurance, so we'll not be asking any questions about the incident that you were involved in. Your parents popped in here to study some basic information. You will have a contact with them eventually. We'll be taking you to either Oakland County Jail or Children's Village or Swift, get you lodged after we take all your clothes and everything else. Any questions for me? You're gonna ask me, it's up to you, if you want to ask me something, go ahead. I don't think we need to ask any questions right now. Okay, I'll back up. You say you're extra.
Why?
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. See ya. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. See ya.
You didn't even like care.
You're free to go. You are information. Do you have any questions for us?
Okay, I
somebody contact us and let us know where it's going to be? When?
Day or two, could be today, could be tomorrow. Hey, look what he did, right? So right now, I really don't care about. We understand, right? So somebody will be in contact because of his age. Yeah. Okay.
Sergeant Brian, the person we heard sobbing at the very end, was that the defendant or is that her husband?
James.
Your Honor, I would object. They're both crying at the end. I think that's misleading.
The only one who can
I
make
think
that
it's- okay.
is Sergeant Brian.
Okay, well, he has his personal knowledge. You can rely on the evidence that you see, okay? You can, all the evidence will be available for you when you deliberate as well, okay?
And Sergeant, we had some pauses in there. That's because personal information was being obtained from the defendants?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to move to admit that the transcript of the interview is exhibit 424. The audio was a little bit garbled over the two TVs that the court has in the courtroom.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I have not seen 424. They have not sent it to me.
We can,
So
feel free to take a look at my copy while we can,
Okay,
the court can withhold the ruling.
Subject to review, you can let me know in the next 2 days. Okay?
yeah, absolutely, and likely, no objection, but I need to see it. Thanks.
This is a transcript.
Yes, Judge.
All right.
That would be 424. We'll revisit.
Again, how the hell have you not seen the evidence
Okay, we'll do.
against your client?
Sergeant Brian, what was your impression of the defendant's demeanor throughout the interview?
Atypical from what I'm used to on something like that.
What do you mean?
Your Honor.
How many
I would
shootings
object
have you
to
had? School
the
shootings.
Foundation, lack of foundation.
Sure. Sergeant Brown, you've been in the sheriff's office for 29 years now?
Yep, a couple months.
Okay. And you've been with the Special Investigative Unit for over 10 years?
Yes,
Okay, and you already told us that that is the unit within the sheriff's office that handles the major investigations?
yes,
Okay, that includes internal affairs,
correct,
and it includes homicides?
correct.
How many interviews of either witnesses or suspects of crimes have you think you've been a part of?
5,000, maybe
Okay.
more,
This is something you do on a day-to-day basis?
every day.
Okay. And you described the defendant's demeanor as atypical?
Correct.
Okay, and tell us why.
Your Honor, I would object as to this witness's opinion when the jury can see what's in the video. Every person in life reacts differently. This is very grossly unfair and prejudicial.
That's argument. The counsel's free to
Isn't
make
the
that
best
argument.
evidence of how she reacted to the video itself?
Well, I think an officer with 30 years of experience is in a unique position to give that testimony.
I think the jury can decide for themselves. The jury is going to see the evidence. They saw the videotape. They can decide that her behavior is normal or not normal.
Thank you, Judge.
How do people, I guess you can ask, how do people react when their children, you've had other cases with children being charged.
Yes, not a school shooting, but yes, I've had many cases where kids have done bad things.
Okay.
I've had-
Not a school
You
shooting.
had to tell the parents that?
So a unique situation,
And
unique
your
response.
experience On November the 30th was not consistent with your
Your Honor,
experience. in the
I
past.
object again, same thing.
That was the court's question.
I didn't hear the question.
I was just following up with the court's question, Judge, that in his experience, he's had the opportunity to interview parents of a juvenile who's done something illegal.
What's a common reaction that you experience?
Crying, disbelief, why, those
Your
kind of
Honor,
things are in there.
Again, I object. It's irrelevant and it's prejudicial, and no other parents have had their child commit a school shooting. He just said, this
Well,
is
that's not
such a
true.
different case. Well, he said in his experience, he hasn't talked to anyone else with a school shooting.
He said he's dealt with children who've done very bad things, right?
This is like bad though. I mean, this is
Yeah.
like,
Well, we're gonna move on anyway. You guys can watch the video and decide for yourselves, okay?
I'm not further, thank you.
Okay, cross.
It's fair to say that every parent reacts differently when confronted with news about their child.
Yes,
And you don't know Jennifer and James Crumbley, correct?
no, I do not,
And prior to this day, you had never met Ethan Crumbley?
no,
So whether their reaction was even normal for how they normally react, you wouldn't even know that.
correct.
Not this line again.
I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Just briefly.
Your Honor, I do have one
Oh,
question.
hell yeah.
If I could just have a moment. Okay, there's one, it's listed with them. Okay. I was just asking about an exhibit, Your Honor, that's listed through Sergeant Brian, but it's coming in through a different,
Okay,
okay. I'm just trying to make sure I'm keeping track.
okay, yeah.
Thank you.
That was only, the video was, and the transcript were the only ones.
Correct.
Mm,
Correct.
Okay.
In your experience, you ever deal with a parent in this situation who was scrolling through her phone during this interview?
No.
Nothing further.
Your Honor, I object as to relevance and she's giving the phone to him. I at least asked for recross.
You can ask him another question if you want. Go ahead, go ahead.
While Mrs. Crumbley is showing you things from her phone during the interview, correct?
She showed me the picture, yes, ma'am.
And she's trying to zoom in on the picture and the thing won't zoom in, correct?
Correct.
And she's sitting there scrolling, looking for it on other messages and threads, or
I don't know.
you don't know?
I don't
Okay, fair enough, thank you.
Okay, you can step down and
Thank
make
you, Your Honor.
excuse. Thank you. Who's the next witness?
Just may we approach?
there are a large number of exhibits that we want to tailor for you, pictures of the scene and things like that. So rather than have you hang out while we do that, I'm gonna release you for the day, all right? And have you come at 8:30 in the morning. All right, I'm gonna get started at 8:30 in the morning. During this trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you are to consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they can give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Do not go on social media. Do not go on Facebook or post or read Facebook. Do not do research. Do not discuss the case with anyone. Don't read a newspaper. Don't watch the news. Any questions about that? We're making good time, but I don't, you guys hang, it's easier for us to go through the exhibits while you're driving home. It'll be quicker this way, okay? Any questions about the schedule? All right. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow at 8:30, okay?
All rise for the jury.
All right, you may be seated. Okay, so tell me what we're doing now. You guys are spending time together and
First, Judge, what I'd like to do is go through our exhibits that we have with Detective Stoic. Those are the exhibits that counsel objects to. What I want to do is remove the specific exhibits that we have agreed upon,
okay,
and then we can come back in here and the court can rule upon the balance.
okay.
So maybe it'll take 15 or 20 minutes for me to do that. We just went through it at
Okay,
lunch.
so you're gonna let me know.
Yes, that's agreeable to the court.
That's fine. I was trying to figure out at the bench what the exact process is that you were asking about. So you are going to spend some time with Ms. Smith and you're gonna let me know?
Yes.
Okay,
First, I'm gonna fix the exhibit list,
Okay,
and then I'll
sure.
get a copy to Ms. Smith as well as the court, and then I'll speak with Ms. Smith.
okay.
And if we don't have a complete agreement, we'll let the court know, and then the court can make the eventual ruling.
Is that's today?
Yes, Judge, if
Okay.
the court is able to stay.
I'll stay forever. I just have to sweet talk the deputies into staying with me, so,
It shouldn't take terribly long.
okay. All right, so you're gonna let me know.
Yes, Judge.
Is it okay if we just sit here, Your Honor?
It is okay to sit here, if you want her to stay with you.
Can she stay with me?
Yeah, she can. Yeah. Yeah, they're going through exhibits, so, okay, so you're gonna let me know.
Yes, Judge.
Please keep in mind that are you guys still gonna film or? Yeah, I don't know, because I wanna make sure I don't get complaints about, media picking up privileged communication or.
I think that's up to you, Your
That's a
Honor.
question.
It is?
It's your courtroom, man.
I like this guy. But why don't we not record while they're going through exhibits and then when we go back to on the record and make rulings about it, because she's gonna talk to her client and, that's, okay. Right, good.
right, we'll stay right here. I'll put music on for the time being, and then hopefully come back when we have something, because I think they said they're going to rule on it at the end. So. Oops, wrong button. Hey, Dance.
Hey, buddy. How you doing? How's the sound level here?
I think it's good. Here, I'll turn this off. If you're
I was
here
gonna
to
say
talk.
there's like an echo because you seem to have two of you.
Yeah, I have two of me. Hang on. Is that me?
That seems better. Yeah, that's cool.
Okay. Good.
Although I'm wondering if I can turn that music down slightly in my ear, or are we here to dance?
No, I turned it off. So yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
It's funny. I came in and I thought, I've just literally got little daughter to bed and thought I'll come in and join Mighty, see how he's doing. And as I opened up the stream, it was like all rise to the jury. And I was like, wait, what? So I've missed everything.
Yeah. So I think they turned off the camera now, so I think that they're going to just wrap up for the day.
Yeah, they said something about
From
they're
what I can
discussing the exhibits or something. And she didn't want, I think I heard the judge say they didn't want to film while they were discussing certain exhibits or something like that.
Yeah, so I don't think they're going to come back for the rest of the day. So we'll probably call it pretty quick here. But yeah, what's your thoughts so far?
Right. Well, of the limited bits I've seen, I just think it sounds a bit. The whole thing is crazy unless you've got like some really obvious evidence that somebody's been telling their son to do a thing, or instructing him, saying, "Hey, go and do this." Then how on earth do you get to manslaughter for your kid doing something awful like this?
Right.
That's my
right, and that's my contention: is how does this raise to the level of manslaughter? So. In my opinion, it doesn't. You haven't shown me any evidence whatsoever that even remotely suggests that this is manslaughter. So
Exactly, yeah, because it would have to go past civil negligence to criminal recklessness, wouldn't it, for manslaughter? So
right,
I don't see how you can get there unless you had explicit messages where the mum just kept repeating to her son, "Hey, go and do this. Hey, go and do this. Hey, I'll even give you the gun. Go and do this." Then yeah, maybe you might have the case, But
yeah.
I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything of that so far.
Just because you're a bad parent doesn't rise to the level. Even if you are a bad parent, which I haven't even seen, extensive evidence of that. But even if you're just a bad parent, that doesn't rise to the level of you having knowledge of them shooting up a school. So.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, how many people have grown up with bad parents and turned out to be quite nice people? It's like
right.
Yeah, you can't just say that any single one of them that commits a crime it's the parents' fault. That's just yeah, crazy talk.
Yep.
So why does anybody know why they're doing this? Is there some kind of political motivation or like just about guns? I guess.
I think they believe they can get a conviction. 1, 2. I think that it's a Second Amendment gun grab, and then 3. I think this is. I think it's motivated in the fact that they are. I'm trying to think of how to put it without putting it that way. they're, yeah, I think it's mostly about guns. I think it's mostly about it's a healing process because Ethan didn't get a trial. He wasn't on trial. He pled guilty. They had a competency hearing to stand trial. But other than that, these witnesses never got to testify. There was never that community healing. There was never anything. It was just over with. So I think this is in part a reason for them to be able to do that as well. So.
Okay, I see what you mean. Which isn't obviously what it's designed for, but the community, they're thinking, oh, we'll do this for the community because they never got a trial for the lad because he pled guilty. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
That kind of sucks for the mum. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't know if she was a bad mum or not because I've hardly seen anything of the trial. But like I said to you earlier in the message, I said, I imagine having to deal with just the fact that your kid has done such a thing, and then have the horror of the state saying, "Oh, we're gonna hold you guilty for this." It's just it's madness.
Right.
Yep. Yeah, that'd be enough to break almost anybody. So. And to try and fund it as well, I guess. I don't know if she crowdfunded or what for lawyers. I don't know how. I don't know anything about the case, so you'll have to enlighten me.
Yeah, I think the lawyer actually took it either free or dramatically reduced. And you get what you pay for because I think this lawyer sucked. But
you're talking about the lady. I've only seen her speaking so far because, like I say, I've only caught literally a few minutes of each day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yes.
I keep thinking she looks a bit like Hermione, but like if Hermione didn't age very well, after Harry Potter. That's all I can think. And then at one point in the other day, there was a guy in the background who looked like a bargain basement Chuck Norris. I don't know who he was. See, this is the thing. I come here to try and take these things seriously, and then all these are the way my brain works. These are all these things I see, and then I can't unsee them. Yeah, I think although she's stumbling over her words a bit and stuff, I can kind of see what she's doing, where she's trying to unpick the prosecution's witnesses, sort of basically saying you're not showing any evidence that she's been aware that he's about to do this.
Right.
That was what I took from the other day. I presume today's been much the same, has it?
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, it's been a shit show. Nothing short of, but yeah, but I'll probably end the stream here because they're saying my audio sucks, and yeah, we can talk after if you want to. So
yeah, that'd be cool.
Hang around.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I bet you're absolutely thrilled that as a Michigander you get to pay for this whole thing, huh?
Oh yeah, that's so much fun. But all right, I'm gonna end the stream, y'all. I'm gonna try and make it up to the courthouse tomorrow, so we'll figure that all out. But thanks as always for watching. Please hit the like on the way out, and take care, everybody. Have a good night.